We're ready when you are. All right. Counting down.
Thank you.
Counting down 10, 9, 8, 7, 2, and 1.
Thank you, and welcome to the City Council special meeting of Thursday, May 30th, 2024. It is 6, I can't read the time from here, 6:02 p.m., and I will call the meeting to order. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. That brings us to roll call, and we have no requests under roll call. Item A, City Clerk, may we have the roll call, please?
Councilmember Cunningham?
Here.
Councilmember Davis?
Here.
Councilmember Lentz?
Here.
Councilmember Mackin?
Here.
And Mayor O'Connell.
Here. Can I get a first and a second to adopt the agenda as it stands?
So moved. Second.
Okay, and all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, we'll go to oral communications number 1. Is there a member of the public wishing to make public comment on an item not on the agenda? I have no slips. Do we have anyone online who would like to speak?
No, Madam Mayor, I see no hands raised.
Great. We will move on to new business. To item B, to present on the audit.
Good evening. Thank you, Madam Mayor and council members. I'm going to have a presentation. This is regarding the...
Excuse me for 1 second. Can we get the red lights that are shining on her turned off? It might be the timer. It's reflecting on her glasses and making little red dots.
I could only make green. I could change the color to green or yellow.
You can't turn the colors off?
No.
Maybe
Okay.
cover
Not
it
on
with a
that time.
paper.
Can you
Piece of tape.
Yeah, would you mind maybe blocking it from like one of your papers can block the light?
On your dais, I think you can block it
dais.
with your papers.
Oh, got it. See,
Does that help?
here.
Thank you.
Or maybe we can give her a piece of tape.
Yeah, so many-
Yeah, a poster probably would be better. This one?
yeah.
Sorry,
You have one? Thank you.
I just keep getting red flashes.
Yeah.
It's like the laser pointer.
Can you still, is that good? Better?
No,
move
we
away
still
from
have
it.
it.
Yeah, it's going right through it.
We maybe need a couple.
I'll take off my glasses.
No, don't do that.
See?
No, don't worry about doing that. That's not,
With my phone?
It's just, it's like rolling off, that's why.
Mine's got rubber back on it.
There we go. Is that better?
well, yes.
Let's get Public Works
Thank
in here.
you.
Let's see.
No, not quite.
Actually, Joel's solution.
Oh,
I'm surprised you didn't have duct tape.
Right in his pocket.
In my truck.
Ready to go.
here, I'll hold it and you,
I can't get it to see.
yeah.
It's not gonna do.
Oh my God, don't break it.
How many engineers
There you
does
go.
it take? Oh my God.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Does that work for you, Terry?
It's much better.
Okay, thank you. So I'm reviewing the draft of our audit report from the fiscal year ended June 30, 23. This is the annual comprehensive financial report. So just wanted you to have a view into this document. It's in a final draft version. So what we are going to be looking at is not a complete annual comprehensive financial report, but enough of the financial information for us to be able to relay the performance for fiscal year ending 23. Okay, so moving to the first slide, we always review our reports and we ask ourselves why. Why are we going through this process? Why are we reviewing this? And for future reference, we call this report the ACFR. That is now the common acronym that is used for this annual report. So why do we prepare the ACFR and why do we review it? It informs users of the city's financial condition and performance. It's an accurate and meaningful information concerning the city's performance. So who are the users? Users are taxpayers, public officials, investors, creditors, and others who use the financial report. The authoritative body is known as GASB, or Governmental Accounting Standards Board. And for government documents, there is a blended way of accounting methods depending on the various funds that we have. So the financials in general are compiled and are made in accordance to General Accounting Standards, GAAP. So this is a report that's required by the law for all cities. All government agencies have to do it annually, and it's done on a fiscal year basis. So the compliance for debt instruments is very important to our city because that's how we've funded several of our projects. So every year, we also have to provide these documents to a system called EMMA, where it's posted for bond purposes as well as for other investors, and different agencies can see how our city is performing. So when we sell bonds, that's how you're going to get that information. Moving to the next one. So what is the structure of the ACFR? There are 3 components to the report. There's an introductory section, a financial section, and a statistical section. So for the draft that you were provided, it includes the financial section. So that's what we're going to be reviewing tonight. That is made up of the opinion of the auditors, as well as the financial reports, and then the notes that go along with those reports. Introductory section is basically a kind of like an introductory to the city, which is what some people call the rah-rah reports, because you're able to highlight what your city it has done for the last year and where it's going. These are important parts of the report, especially for financial agencies to rate how we're doing. And then last is the statistical section, which is the area that shows trends from the last, it covers a 10-year period, including the year that you're reviewing. Okay? Next, it's always an interesting way when you get that report is, okay, how do I read this? There's so many sections, there's so many pages. The statements, again, the financial statements, they provide the numbers, obviously. But you have to look at the financials along with the notes to the financials that offer all of the background and the important details. That's why we started those items. They go hand in hand. The financials are very summary level. If you want detail, you go to the notes. So on the financial statement pages, you'll see total loans. You go to the notes, you start seeing the detail of, or maybe not loans, but debt instruments. Then you see the detail of the various bonds that we have issued. Again, the highlights for the city are done through the transmittal letter and the MD&A, and lastly, the statistical section for your trends. So let's get into the report at hand. For the performance of June 30, 2023, we were fortunate that in the general fund, we saw an increase of $435,000. So where we had actually budgeted that we were going to have a deficit, we came across and our activity and operations for the year in the general fund resulted actually in an increase. So our revenue exceeded the budget by $6.8 million, and even though our expenses exceeded our budget by $3.1 million, revenue was high enough to cover that difference, leaving an increase in our general fund. Next slide. what made up those increases. So for in the revenue side, from the mid-year forecast, we saw that actual was actually increased by 2.3 million even to mid-year. And that was due to increases across the board, so including property tax, sales tax, TOT, fees and charges. So fees and charges are what we include for our various segments of the city, such as building and planning, park and recreation. So anything any service that we charge a fee for service is going to be included in that number. So as you'll see, we did have positive results on all aspects. Moving on to some of the two areas that we've been keeping an eye on, especially since COVID, we look at sales tax. So in this slide, you'll see that we budgeted the dotted line. We were a little bit more baseline is what we would call it, and where our actuals came in higher, which is the solid line. That big spike is actually during COVID, where we benefited from other cities closing down. So when they closed their malls, they didn't have people walking their downtowns. All of that money, sales tax that goes into the county pool actually benefited us. So we normally have about a 2% of the county pool revenue. It shot up to 5% that year. So since then, obviously everything has opened up, but with malls and such not being at 100% in a lot of these cities, so we're trending at about the 3% of the county pool, in addition to the sales tax that we earn here from our own direct businesses. And then also we've implemented the full, in 2023, we had just a portion, like a quarter of the new tax that we implemented. But in our budget side, we'll start talking about that a little bit more. But so as you can see, we try to review our trends and project and budget accordingly. On the flip side, the next area that we have looked at, especially since COVID, is the transient occupancy tax, or what we call TOT, which is what is charged for those that are in our hotels. We have 2 hotels here in the city, and those that stay overnight, if they, on a nightly basis, they have to pay, for their stay, they have to pay a percentage. And since prior to COVID, but especially since COVID, we will see that actual line that dropped. So we have maintained a lower budget since then, even though we are starting to see a creep up over our budget. However, we're not near where we were before COVID. And so the way it's looking, this may be our new normal. On to 2024 and beyond. What are we doing to maintain these strong results that we've experienced? We have a history of consistent long-range planning in the city. We have high quality and efficient services. We are a small city, what we call ourselves a mighty city, because we are full service, but we have to run lean because we're small. And we do our best to offer good quality, but run efficiently. By doing that, hopefully we keep our costs down. So we have that watchful eye to maintain our strong reserves, to find new revenues, and keep our costs low so that we can continue to fund our reserves over time and keep them strong. We are very proud of the results that we've had, and we're proud of the ratings that we've had, especially this past year where we were given high ratings because of our strong reserves. So we love to highlight that. We expect continued growth in Sierra Point that will help us primarily with property taxes, but there's also business license tax rather, and some sales tax coming out from that area. Not to mention the building and planning, permitting, and all of the other permittings that are involved with those developments. And on to the future years, we're looking at various strategies to find revenues, to expand the revenues that we have, including our master fee schedule, where we have already started down the road of implementing a study. We're looking into business licenses. How can we take what we have now? Is it the best methods out there? Are there other methods that we can consider regarding business licenses? So those are just a few examples of the studies that we're doing to look into expanding our tax and fee resources. What we'll have to consider is we have the City Hall Annex across the street that will be opening soon, but we'll have to make sure that as we are operating in that new building, how are we going to make sure that we do so in a cost-effective manner. The other areas coming down the line are labor negotiations. So we have a couple years left into our contract, so we'll have to be thinking ahead of the impact that will have in our future years. And then finally, at least for 2024, we need to make some decisions on the American Recovery Protection Act money that we received from COVID, which we call ARPA. Those funds were given to us from the federal government. We have until the end of 2024 to make a decision on how we would like to spend those funds, and then we have through 2026 to actually spend the funds. So that's what I have. Just wanted to keep it brief since we've got a long night ahead of us regarding our budget, but we did want to provide a view into the results of 2023. You've already had the mid-year review earlier this year, and so with that context, helping you to evaluate the presentations that you're going to see tonight for the budget. So I'll take any questions if you have any.
Great, thank you. Thank you so much. Do we have any council questions? Colleen?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Am I on? Hello?
Yes.
There we go. Question for you. You mentioned that what we have received for the ARPA or ACFR, sorry, I have the wrong acronym, is a draft. And the final version is ultimately sent to Mace. Has that been sent to them yet, or is it?
Yes. So this is, what you have is they draft the compilation through Maze that they help us compile the financials. So there's different reviews that they have to do at the partner level, things of that nature. A few footnotes that we have to finish. Some of the, like I said, the raw reports have to be inserted, those types of things. So it's very much at a final stage.
Okay. And I don't know if I should I'm looking at your review report. Do you want me to go into questions on that? There's only one question. It's kind of more specific about revenues, expenses. I think it would be more appropriate to hold until we get into more detail.
Okay.
Thank you.
It depends on if it's something that's budget related and just to a departmental, because I think that's where we're going next, is into the departmentals for this upcoming budget.
Correct.
So if you have a question about what
Audit.
she has in her beginning statements, what we have in the staff report, then we probably want to address it now.
Yeah, this is more regarding utilities deficits mentioned in this staff report. We talk about citywide revenue, and there was 8.2 million was noted under business type activities. I'm on page 2 of 5, if that helps you.
Okay.
Yeah, that's helpful.
Yeah, it's a long report, sorry.
Last 2 paragraphs on page 2 of 5.
Okay. I think my numbering is different than yours.
Okay.
Yeah, I got
Sorry.
7. So
Yeah.
What's the
Oh, okay,
box
page
on the
5
left?
in the box.
Got
How's
it.
that? Page 5 in the box.
Oh, 2 of 5,
Box.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
Okay, last 2 paragraphs. Citywide revenue increased, and then at the very end of the sentence, it says 8.2 million was generated by business-type activities. And then the next paragraph, bullet point, says 9.1 million were generated, those are expenses, by business-type activities. So there's a difference of almost $1 million. Was this a marina or utilities deficit?
Those were utilities with the increases in sewer costs.
Okay,
Yeah.
perfect. I had a feeling it
Yeah.
might be. Thank you. Perfect.
And again, these enterprise funds, which are the utility and marina, as you mentioned, are accounted for in what we call the accrual method, which is like a regular company, different than governmental accounting. So there are some adjustments you have to make that, for accounting purposes, that when you look at it at an operational level, may not be as significant of a difference. So I just have to, and that's where when you read the notes and we can highlight those things, that's how that comes into play, so that you fully understand the difference between moving from a corporate or enterprise accounting to the governmental. And there is a report that combines it, and it's the first report in there that's called the Statement of Activities, that does combine these two types of organizations to try to come up with a reasonable method of measuring how the city is doing.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
And with that, just to clarify, that part of the utility funds where the sewer rates, we were paying more than we were charging
Correct.
because of San Francisco's rates to us. And that's going to be playing catch up in the future as the increases that we decided as a council to initiate gradually instead of lump sum. And that'll be playing catch up in
Yes.
the coming year.
So we started our first increase June 23, and this coming June is the next increase. So that has been incorporated as approved by the council.
Correct. Thank you very much for that. Any other questions? No.
I have a couple of questions then.
Okay.
Thank you. Carolina, thank you for the presentation and preparing the document. Everything is very thorough and easy to read. So I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Sometimes when you're looking at all these numbers and trying to make sense of it all, it could be confusing. And so, but yeah, I think it's laid out really well. So the services from Mays and Associates. So how many years have we been using their services?
They predate me, I know that, but we have gone through several partners. So that is one way that they transition to keep fresh eyes on the relationship and on the books.
Yeah.
Because there have been discussions of whether you should be moving to different accounting firms every few years. It is an expensive endeavor because that first year, there's always a lot of additional work that you have to do. So one way around it is to stay with the same firm, but then like I said, as they change partners assigned to us, it's a different view, a different perspective. They have different personnel. So that's one way to handle it. And the other way, obviously, it is to go and go out to bid for a new accounting firm.
All right. Yeah. So like when you're engaging them, do they say, oh, this year we have assigned so-and-so, and is it typically different than the folks that you've worked with at Mays in the past?
The partners are usually probably like at least 2 to 3 year intervals that we've had since I've been here. The managers would be different. The audit managers, the folks that are here on site or doing the audit work has pretty much changed every year.
Okay. And, San Mateo County cities typically use maize, right?
There are several on the peninsula that do use maize, yes.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
So it is information, it is helpful because they understand the area and can, understanding the area is very helpful in determining or analyzing the numbers and the operations that we have.
Okay, yeah. All right, so then, let's see, I have some questions here. So page 5, right, the 2 of 5, is the first full paragraph. It says the city's general fund expenditures totaled 31.7 million, an increase of 3.8 million from the prior year expenditures of 27.9. And then it says the increase in expenditures are primarily caused by increases in salaries and benefits per negotiated labor agreements. And I know that's one of those things that you've put as a note to be thinking about. How do you kind of incorporate that in a longer view, even though it's like difficult to evaluate because the negotiations haven't occurred?
When we are looking longer term beyond the current contracts, we do consider CPI. If there are any CPI that we're incorporating into our forecast beyond the 3 to 5 year, it's pretty consistent across the board on the various expenses or revenues that go along with it.
Okay.
So,
All right. No, that makes sense.
and if there are any significant changes that you're expecting in the business, in the organization, like down the line, as we expand for Balin's purposes, consider staffing may be increasing, you have to consider those charges as well, those costs as well, sorry.
Got it. As you're explaining that to me, it made me think of another question, and that, a few years ago, we had really high inflation, right? Inflation had spiked. It's come down significantly. Of course, it's not where the Fed would like it to be, though it's, I don't know, I mean, I'm a layman. So to me, it seems pretty darn close, but I guess not close enough for them to bring down interest rates, though they do predict that the interest rates would come down. So, how do you account for inflation based upon what we've seen over the last couple of years, and how you apply that moving forward?
When you're looking at forecasts, it gets interesting, it gets tricky, because obviously, anything beyond that, even your couple of years, they're really guesses and estimates. But you can, you probably wouldn't assign such a high inflation for those future years and stay a little bit more close to baseline. So at least, again, you're seeing it on both sides from the revenue as well as the expenses, so that hopefully the growth is going together and growing at the same pace.
Okay. Sounds good.
Unless there's other methodologies that you could use for other types, like a property tax has a different type of increase because they're restricted Prop 13.
Prop 13.
So it's a
sure.
little different than maybe another type of revenue or expense inflation rate that you would use.
Okay. And then on it's the 1 of 7, page 114. So at the bottom, under the discussion, it says, at times the city can plan for revenues to be less than expenses, and therefore the budget is balanced by using available resources or fund balance. So isn't that kind of like the typical way that we do the projecting of budgets that we have? If we know that, there's the potential of going into reserve, we just assign a fund in that we are in the reserves to backfill if we need it.
That's what we've been doing for the last few years in our budgets, that we have been budgeting to use those reserves. It's budget, then once actual is known, you either have used it or you haven't
Or
had
you
the need
haven't,
to.
right? Or like in these last couple of years, we've had higher revenues than
Than the
what-
expenses.
Than expenses. So
Correct.
then you have a surplus.
Correct.
Got it. Okay. Yeah, just trying to understand, like how we typically do it. And that, just kind of like what you've laid out here seems like a very traditional way of how we've done it in the past. And like the numbers seem to kind of, kind of show a pattern of how you project, and then in a conservative way. You don't put out those, those potential revenue sources at a high level just so that you can have a soft landing, hopefully at the end of the year, and that you've planned prudently.
Well, we try to make sure that when we are planning, that we're excluding any one-time types of revenue spikes or expense spikes. You do have to look at that. And so that's why you'll tend to see where it does appear a little more conservative in the plan.
Okay. So yeah, the next couple questions are kind of related to that, because I want to kind of understand like some of these conservative targets that you mentioned. So, so setting conservative targets for property taxes, business licenses, fees, and charges. So with the property taxes, why are you taking more of a conservative approach? Because it seems like we've found some additional revenue, that was pretty strong from the last year or two. So why more of a conservative approach?
I think, are you looking at the budget report
It's
now?
on page 115. It's just in the general fund revenues. So so under general fund revenues, yeah, so 2 of 7. I'm sorry, I didn't say where it was. So it's in that first paragraph, and at the bottom, it says, the last sentence in that paragraph under general fund revenues.
It's really 2 of 7. And for some reason, it's labeled 115 over in the gray corner. Because it's including all of this in the pages.
Okay.
So it's page 2 of 7 of the staff report.
Yeah, so if you go, it's that third section,
Yeah, but
item C.
I just wanted to make sure, are we jumping into the budget report?
He's talking about C up here, 115, 2 of 7.
Is there a
Madam-
subheading property taxes? Where are you at?
So you see where it says general fund revenues?
Yeah.
So I
so
I
that
just want to
paragraph.
make sure, because
Okay.
that's the budget section, so I want
so
to
we
make
haven't
sure
gotten
we're
in
out
there
of.
yet.
We're in
yeah.
audit still.
Yeah.
Okay, you know what, then I'm
So
sorry about
I don't want
that.
to go out of your order.
Yeah, no, I apologize. Some of these things, like, they overlap.
Correct.
So I thought we were kind of going
Same
into that.
concepts, just different years.
Exactly. Okay, then I'm done. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna get back to the page I was on a moment ago. And just as a clarification, where our expenses were higher, and now I can't find it because I've messed it all up looking for Cliff's comments.
Sorry I messed you up, Terry.
It's okay, it's my fault. Basically, Cliff stopped at the comma where he said that our expenses were due to increase in labor costs. And there's a comma there on page 2 of 7. And it goes on to say also because we did an overall technology change, we've done, many other things.
That's right.
But he stopped at the overall budget we went over budget or the increased costs to our expenditures was due to employee salaries and labor negotiations. And it has a lot more things in it than that. And that's just what I wanted to, it included expansion of programming coming out of COVID, review of an organization-wide technology plan, increases in cost of fuel, shipping, and services. So I just wanted that clarification there because it's not just the additional 3.8 million is not just the salaries. And I wanted the public to make sure that they knew that because that was just part of a sentence that was read and not the entire sentence.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions for Caroline? No? Great.
So can I just, before I go, I just wanted to also give a thank you to our financial services manager, Tran Nguyen, who is the main liaison with Maze for the audit. She did a lot of work, very, very diligent, and I just want to make sure that she gets the props that she deserves. So, thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for your presentation on this.
I'm gonna drop. There you go. Okay, thank you.
So we're going to move on to item I, which is the city manager's introduction to the 24-25 budget. Staff report, please.
I wear glasses also. I will try that.
Well, we'll see. Yours might not have the reflective coating.
Well, that's true. That's
I
true.
don't
Yeah.
see the flash on your
Okay.
glasses.
All right.
And you're taller.
I'm taller. That's probably, yeah. I was gonna say, I literally cannot see without my glasses, so
We won't ask you
Ooh,
to
let's
take
take them off and see how that goes.
So, thank you, Madam Mayor and City Council. Appreciate the opportunity to present my final budget, which is a statement I believe I made a year ago. But this time I'm serious about it. I think we're all serious about it. So, but I'm glad to be here. First of all, I just want to thank Carolina and all the city staff for a tremendous amount of work that goes into putting the budget document together. I think you got a little bit of a flavor in the last presentation of the projection process, which is pretty complicated and a lot of detail work that has to go into that. We're making, I think, a lot of progress on our long-term projections, and I think Carolina gave you a little bit of a flavor of that, and it's going to share more with that later tonight and also into the future. So I think that's all going to make it a little bit more precise in terms of how we do things, and I think that's all to the good. Tonight is a budget workshop. It's basically the draft budget plan for the 24-25 year. Next Thursday, June 6th, we will bring the budget adoption resolutions as well as the master fee schedule to you for consideration. As we've already discussed, the basic budget driver this year on expenses is the labor contracts, and we're in the third year of a 4-year labor contracts. And as you recall, they were back-end loaded, and now we're to the back end. So we're into year 3 and year 4. So this is when the majority of those increases are going to go into effect. So, and we already touched on this a little bit, but I just kind of want to emphasize, first of all, kind of get back to you from conversation we had a year ago in terms of the budget. One of the things you asked for was a complete review of our fees, master fees, which is everything from Parks and Rec fees to building and planning fees to things dealing with doing various things in the finance department or engineering permits. There's just a sundry of different kinds of fees that we have. So that is underway, or will be underway. We anticipate that to come to you this December. There's going to be a lot of policy questions that are going to be involved with that, and that's going to be, I think, a fairly good amount of review and a good amount of work for everybody to be involved with, because we've had these kinds of discussions in the past, and they bring up a lot of different kinds of sometimes competing goals of the city and competing goals of the council members. So that will be before you in December. You'll have the data, and then you can start having those conversations. We're not doing nothing on fees for this June. We're bringing forward the master fee schedule next week that the Parks and Rec Commission, as always, has gone through and made some recommendations on adjustments. So you'll see that. And then we're doing a cost of living for everything else for the first 6 months of the year, and then that will get you to December, and then you can make decisions at that time. The second thing, which was probably the biggest financial potential boost, and it's not in your numbers now, so when Carolina goes through the numbers with you tonight, this will be an addition to that in terms of the revenue side. You asked us to go back and look at our MPDS program, which is woefully underfunded, historically woefully underfunded. We were going to bring that to you on the June 6th agenda for consideration for adoption. It's about a $400,000 to $500,000 revenue source, so it's fairly significant. So that'll be before you next week. In talking with my colleagues in the county, a number of cities are doing a pretty comprehensive review of their business licenses. I think it might be a really timely time to do that for us. I know we've had some discussions about business licenses and reviewing those. So recommendation is really just to do a complete review. We do have a sales or a business license auditing company that works with us. So they would be ideally suited to take on that task. We do have some uniqueness to our business licenses. You know, we have recycling business license. We have one on liquid storage. We have one that's basically for higher end businesses that helps supports our capital program. So we have kind of some nuances there, but I think a comprehensive review would be a good thing to do. The final thing, just to remind you, the impact fee studies are, some of them have been completed, some of them are underway. We're looking at the kind of the citywide facilities. We are got the affordable housing nexus fee, traffic impact. This should be ready for the City Council to review this fall. I think you kind of wanted to look at everything together at the same time before making any decisions on moving forward. So that will be before you this fall. Last year, as you may recall, we went through a process of doing budget holds in June, and then bring that back to you in the mid-year. Basically, the way that worked is we identified a number of things that we thought we could put on hold. We kind of identified a dollar amount, and then we looked for other opportunities as the year went on, and we were basically be able to match the amount of money that we had on the holds when we brought that to you in March. So we're prepared to do that as staff again. So if that's your desire, we will do that before and bring that to you before the June 6th meeting. So you have that when you adopt the budget. And is that it? Okay, I guess I'm done. Any questions?
So one clarification for the public, the NPDES fees are our stormwater fees.
Correct.
That are mandated by the state for clean water. And we have not been fully passing that cost on to businesses and people that may owe some of those fees.
Right.
Or to the property owners here in town.
Correct.
So we're looking at those fees being adjusted. And on business license fees, as a clarification, those are mostly allocated or earmarked for repayment of the library. Isn't that correct?
The capital one is. So the one that goes against the high end businesses, that's the one that we use for. That increment is what we use for the capital fund, and that going to support the library. But we have general business licenses that just go to the general fund, and then of course we have the specialized ones that also go to the general fund, which is the I should don't want to name a company, the recycling fee, business license, and also the liquid storage.
Great, thank you. Are there any other questions for City Manager?
You know, I do have a question about the business license kind of assessment, you know, looking at others. So you're planning to do an audit that would then evaluate like some of our neighboring cities and what they're doing and then bring that to the council, Clay?
Well, I'm not, but
No, I'm sorry.
the audit.
I meant staff. I guess I should say staff. Right?
The
We're not-
position,
Someone
We're not
will.
saying any names, so you're right. So staff would come back.
I'm not sure I would use the term audit. It'll be a study and a review, much
study.
like your master fee schedule. It will look at what other jurisdictions are doing, and I think what you want to try to do is capture the changes that are happening in the county, because there are names Redwood City, San Mateo, Burlingame. I know those three cities particularly are looking at fairly significant changes in their business license.
Okay, and so say there were changes that we wanted to implement, you know, how quickly could we do that, and when would they take effect?
Well, as I understand, the business license have to go to the voters, I believe. I guess it's a legal question. So if that's the case, then 2026 would be the earliest.
2026.
If you could do it without going to the voters, and again, we'll have the attorneys review that and see if there's anything that we can do there, then you could probably do it almost immediately.
Okay, yeah, no, it'd be great to understand that, those conditions. All right, thanks, Clyde.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
Oh, I just have one more question. You mentioned the impact fees, and we have a consultant working on that.
Yes.
Have you been given any updates on the legality of impact fees since the Supreme Court was ruling on whether those are legal?
Yeah, we've discussed that with our attorneys. The case that you're referring to is out of El Dorado County here in California. It's very much different situation than what we would be doing. We would be tying any fee to a nexus study, so we would have the effect for which the fee is being levied against. So we've been told by the attorneys that, you know, as long as we go down that road and do those studies, we should be fine.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We'll let you go this time, but don't go far.
Here to the 21st.
Like I said, don't go far. Okay, that brings us to the finance director's overview of the 24-25 budget.
Let's try this again with the handy dandy makeshift coverage there. All right.
I grew a bigger.
Oh,
There you go.
there you go.
Ta-da.
All right. Well, thanks again for letting us have this special night just to talk about budgets. We really appreciate it.
Favorite night of the year.
Yes. I know it's out of your schedule, so we do appreciate it. And just, we did have a very tight window and a little ambitious goal of implementing our labor costing software for this budget off the top. So as well as an updated priority-based budgeting software system for our budget. So off the top, I just want to thank the budget team that helped me this year, really in the trenches with me. Our financial services manager, Trent, our accounting systems analyst, Lori Pierce, and our senior management analyst that we borrowed from the city manager's office, Rose Villia. And I want to offer special thanks to our city manager, Clay Holston, who led the charge, guiding us as we were going down this road, and especially with the department heads, managers, and their admin staff for their patience and cooperation during this tight window. It's a very, there are a lot of words I could use for the process, but it is a lot arduous, very, very tedious in a lot of ways, trying to be as careful as we can and accurate as we can. And they play a huge part in it as they have to review every step of the way along with us. So going to the first slide, just to introduce the budget. Why do we do it? We allocate resources from the city, and so we're required to convey to the community how the city council directs the funds that belong to the community and adhering to city goals and policies. So for the various goals that we have in place, the city council has established these goals several years ago, or many years ago, to be fiscally prudent, have a safe community, continue with community building, ecological sustainability, and economic development. And with these goals, we overarch every operation that we have here in the city. There are external requirements considered, but generally addressed through the community's interest. So the process, we typically would budget every 2 years, do a 2-year budget. This stopped recently for a variety of reasons. One of the biggest reasons was COVID, and because it was very hard to plan ahead without knowing what the future was going to look like for any agency. We went to a 1 year, and then we saw there were various cost increases that were very unusual, very not what we would consider normal process or normal trends. So we decided it didn't make sense to go beyond 1 year. So we were doing it 1 year at a time. Then we also had an announcement that our city manager was going to be retiring. So we decided let's also do 1 year and let the new city manager enjoy the opportunity to help with the budget and the plan that he wanted to lead. And so those were various reasons why we are doing a 1 year budget. So the process, the staff develops the programs that they want to conduct in order to meet the established goals from the council. Staff then develops the proposed operating and program budgets to implement those goals. Then the aggregated proposals are reviewed and presented to the city manager, and by the city manager, council reviews and adopts the operating budget that's proposed. And that's typically the plan. And so our recommendation would be in the future to reconsider going back to a 2 year with periodic reviews every 6 months or so. So for the even years is when we do the 2 year operating budget, when we are doing a 2 year. And then on the off year is when we would look at a capital budget. So any capital expenses, capital projects are not included in these operating budgets. Okay. Next slide. Several years ago, in 2016, the city identified that it wanted to look at our costs in a program-based perspective, and as opposed to line item, because in order to determine what are the costs of the various programs that we offer here in the city, and also trying to measure what programs are required by government, what are community interest type programs, really analyzing the various programs that we have. And we call this priority-based budgeting because then the staff will look at their operations and determine what is the cost or what allocation of time and resources do we make in order to perform and implement these programs. So back in 16 through the 18 budget, there were various programs that were developed and identified. And then since then, we've been fine-tuning the process, fine-tuning the programs. Are they too general? Are they too granular? So it's a balancing act every year. And what you're trying to do is you budget that way, how much do these programs cost that we think, and then when it comes to actual, we look at it and how much did it actually cost? And then you reevaluate every year those allocations that you've made. So this is our 3rd year using the ResourceX program for program costing, and it's the first year that we've incorporated the GovInvest labor costing software. We feel that using these software programs helps get a better picture, more accurate, and also allows us to have some analytic tools to look at various dimensions of scenario building for if you move this resource, if you move that resource here, what's the impact of that program, so forth and so on. How does that impact a department, a cost center? How does that impact overall the city? So these tools we feel are better ways for us to manage, and then also, more importantly, to have a better idea so that we can better plan and forecast, because we feel that it's closer to the costs, to what these costs actually are, so that we can look into the future with better information. So tonight's focus, the next slide, each department will provide the program costs. You'll see the various programs that they feel their resources are allocating their time. and what percentage of those programs are. Some programs cross all of the departments, like in an administration, every department has one, probably that program. And then there's also programs that are very specific to a cost center or a department. So you'll see those distinctions as each presentation is given tonight. Moving on to the actual budget expectation overall for the general fund. So what we're looking at for revenue for compared to the mid-year results we projected for '24, we're looking at that for the plan year of '25, that our revenue is actually going to go down, and we'll talk about the components of that. And on the flip side, with a variety of reasons, our expenses are going up. Primarily, our salary and benefits are the biggest portion of our expenses, and so we were expecting a big increase in this year's budget, and so that is reflected. And then also we are experiencing some increases in our insurance programs, general liability, workers' comp, and so that is also reflected in that increase. And that you will see in the salary and benefit lines, because we allocate our insurance costs across based off of personnel. So you won't see it in the supplies and services, but you will see it in the salary and benefit lines. And we'll look at this later or in future slides. So if we're expecting a usage of our fund balance of over 2.7 million, what are we going to do? How are we going to plan to start decreasing those deficits or continue our efforts? Clay had mentioned earlier today, we're looking, the next slide, thanks. We're looking at various options before us, how to stretch and find new revenues. Master fee study, it's pending. The business license tax study, we are looking at not just the life science, because that's probably the one area that we don't really have anything specific at this time, but we want to take the opportunity to reevaluate all of the various rates that we have, the businesses. There are new businesses out there, new types of businesses that perhaps kind of fall in between categories, and maybe it's not the best way to charge them a business license tax. So these studies will give us insight into all of those areas and also help us to compare what other cities are doing, because then we know businesses also have options of where they want to conduct their business. NIPT's fee, these items were discussed. One area under the coins, last year we had a surplus of over 1 million, but at mid-year, the council approved to go ahead and do a transfer for the pension of 500,000. So we have 599,000 left that we could roll over into this year's to cover some of this year's budget deficit. And last but not least, obviously, we have to look at our costs and how can we contain them, where can we do our best to contain or be as efficient as possible with the funds that are made available to us. And so these are obviously are for this year in '25, but it's an ongoing process that we look at these strategies to make sure that we decrease deficits or minimize those at all. So looking over the next few years of our revenues and expenditures, we also look back. So for the last 10 years, you'll notice that although we may have budgeted to have deficits or come out even or a slight surplus, over the years, we've seen that those revenues do exceed our expenses. Again, we saw some influx in the COVID years that were unexpected, one time, and so you have to factor that in when you're looking at trend. But out of the 10 years, we had 1 year where it was truly a deficit. We are projecting for '24 that it will be, that our revenue will come out ahead. We still have a month or a few months to evaluate, so that's our hope, and but planned, and that's what we're seeing. But with that, knowing all of the increases that are in our expenditures, we feel best to continue with a baseline of having the expenses or the revenues not growing at a rate that is above the normal for some areas that are, we can't truly commit that we're going to see some of these figures. And so we tend to look at those line items at a flatter growth. And so with that, you end up with the expenses being much more than the revenue for, at least for fiscal year '25. When you compare on the next graph, you'll see, now this is a 10-year projection that we started last year. I really want to caution that 10 years is not really a realistic forecast, but we do look at, just to kind of see where the city is headed. So we'll look at that far in advance, just to kind of play around with what are we expecting, what is the city going to look like, as property taxes or developments go into play, as perhaps staffing increases, what are we looking at? So for 23, 24, and pretty much most of the forecast, we are seeing the solid blue line, which are expenses that are expected to exceed the revenue. So the dotted line there, that's 24, 25. So we were already looking that we were expecting a deficit when we started our forecast process. And so when we were developing this budget, we were pretty much in line with what we were already expecting. Now you'll see a drop in year 29, 30, 30, 31. That's a bond that's falling off. So that's maturing. So that's why you see that large drop. Okay? But again, we really look 2 to 3 years, probably the most reasonable, but it behooves us to look at 5 years and beyond to at least start thinking about what do we want to do as a city. Okay, moving on to revenues. So these are the major revenue streams that we were looking at or that we track. So with property taxes, even though we're looking at a 6.4 million, that's actually a drop of 6% compared to the mid-year projection. And the mid-year projection, we did see some ROPS area, or I should say RDA area property taxes, but that's part of a pool. So we just have to be cautious. There are other property tax related items such as EREF that they're not expecting to see the positive trend that we've seen in the past, the vehicle license fees. There are different types of taxes that roll into property tax. So as a whole, we see that we're expecting it to go down compared to the 24 mid-year review. Now, if you were to look at it compared to last year's budget, we are showing growth across the board. But we feel that we wanted to convey to you how are we doing compared to actual results that we've been able to measure most recently. With sales tax, we're actually seeing a growth, and that includes now a full year of the new tax that was implemented in early '23. So that combined with our expected and the growth that we were expecting in the regular sales or Bradley Burns tax, so up at 7.8 million, that's a growth of 2%. The TOT 1.9 is actually a flat compared to last year's budget, and And so, but it is an increase from the mid-year review of about 7%. And then the business license tax, we're expecting a drop. We know that there is at least one form of business license tax that we're seeing a decline in that segment. So it is driving the business license tax down by 3%. Okay. Moving on to the department expenditures for the general fund. Each department is going to present their request tonight. And again, they're going to be describing their program, some highlights that they've had this past year. The department costs are reflected as program resource percentages, which is priority-based budgeting methodology. And then in your staff reports, we also supplied you with year-over-year account standard expense category views. So we're hoping that between the two perspectives of costs that you can determine the questions that you wanted to ask each department. We do want to relay to you that the departments in previous years probably had a standard increase of, maybe like we're going to increase our budget this year by 2% across the board, or 1%, depending on the year. And so we were conducting some of our budgets that way, which is standard and acceptable. But in these times where we're really trying to make sure that we understand and that we can, as our revenues are not growing as quickly as we would like, we actually, and our expenditures, the salary and benefit line was growing. We wanted to make sure that the other segment of the expenses, that we took a deep dive and actually had a critical review by each department. For some of the departments, they saw some increases like fuel costs that exceeded 1%, 2%. So it was very important for them to really put in what they were experiencing and expecting to utilize in order to conduct their side of the organization, of the operation. So you'll see in each department where there's probably a budget request that is like rate increase or cost increase. And a lot of that has to do with a contract, the rate went up. The fuel behind this maintenance went up. So those are the types of cost increase. They may be somewhat minimal in some cases, like utilities. It's a bigger jump, but I just want to make sure that you understand that was a process that every department was doing this year. So this and then for our salary and benefits, we include vacancies. So there are some positions that are not filled at this time, but we expect that they would be for the coming year. So we include them as part of the expense. There are some minor differences that you may see on, just wanted to highlight that when in your packet, you had a cover sheet of all of the departments, all of their expenses. So, and it compared from 24 to 25. And then as part of that general sheet, there were on the bottom separately reported vehicle transfers, indirect costs, but on the schedules themselves for 24, it included it. So we apologize that there was a little disconnect in the way it was reported on the cover sheet versus the detail sheet. So we plan to, for the next round, to make sure that that's consistent. But we did wanted to make sure, so if you have those questions, we just kind of wanted to bring it up to the front. And then we apologize, I think there was a page where, in your packet, where the numbers were covered with words. So you should have received replacement pages for that. Again, those items will be cleaned up for the next round of the budget review. Okay, moving on before we go to the departments, just want to make sure that there are some general considerations that you have in your mind as they're describing their operations. again. Employee contracts were renewed through 2026, 4-year terms with the last couple rounds of increases with higher than previous years. There's a city manager transition that is going to be taking place. So there may be some impact to our operations, whether it's more training, whether it's resource restructuring. So there are a lot of things that can happen whenever there's a transition. So we have to consider what the costs associated are with that transition. The healthcare liability and workers' comp insurance rates are going up. For our healthcare, we actually haven't seen as quickly as some of the private companies have seen, but we've been warned that it could be a delayed reaction. So, keeping in mind for this year and the future years, how is that going to play out? The level of inflation is unknown. We've seen some really, really good rates, some good investment rates, and then going down, up, and everybody's experiencing that there's an impact to not just investments, but those impact our costs. What the companies are charging based off of the rates that they're seeing just to, for lending and such. So everything obviously is interactive and impacts each other, and that is what we're seeing as the impact to our costs. So in trying to mitigate some of those increases, we're doing our best to conduct the various studies to look at the revenues that we have. The three that were already talked about. And then we also wanted to mention that in this budget presentation, where we do have a vehicle transfer cost, but during the next few months, we're going to be evaluating that a little more deeply, because there are different requirements that we're seeing for government agencies regarding sustainable and EVs. And so we have to consider how is that going to impact us. And then also, we were thrown off schedule with the costs of some of the safety vehicles. And then also we were thrown off schedule because there was a supply chain issue that we were forced to order years in advance, putting down payments that were larger than we were anticipating for those years. So we have to reevaluate the vehicle replacement schedule. So we're in the middle of that process. So we expect that by mid-year, if there are any significant changes, we'll bring those before you.
A quick question, Carolina. For the stormwater bullet point, is that just missing a parenthesis?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay. I didn't know if there was more that was left out.
Thank
Okay.
you, yeah. Spell check doesn't check for that. Okay, moving to the fund balance policy. This is the policy that council has brought forward several years ago, which is a very prudent policy, very strong. We put aside money for a recession reserve, which was basically what was valued, how much we would need to come back from a recession if we needed to dip down and into our reserve. So that's one piece of it, the 2.5 million. Unanticipated events, if God forbid some kind of natural disaster comes our way, or some other unanticipated, doesn't have to be natural, can be fiscal as well. And then the annual fluctuation component, which is the 5% of your expenses plus the 5% of your revenue. Combine that is your annual fluctuation portion of that policy. So combined, when you look at the results of any revenue over your expenses, off the top, we have to set aside this component, and for the coming year, it's about 9 million that we have to set aside and work off of the remaining. And part of your staff report showed how that impact the remaining reserves. So going forward, our recommendations, as you're reviewing the budget with the departments, is that, first and foremost, we hope you adopt the budget, but that we continue to provide necessary services, that we actively fill our open positions, continue funding the pension reserve, even if we have to evaluate it at mid-year, but to continue with that commitment that we have to pay that down. And then the final recommendation is to make a designation for those ARPA funds, because we don't want to have to give it back. And so by this year, making those designations so that we can use it towards different programs. And that's the end of the overview, and taking any questions. Or do we, depending on, you want it now versus going to the departments.
Thank you. Does council have any questions?
I do, Madam Mayor, just one.
Sure.
The American Rescue Plan funds, when would you anticipate actually bringing that back to the council for a decision? Would that be mid-year? Because one
No.
of the things that jumped out at me, there are capital improvement plans. And there's a lot of defrayed things that were held back from the budget.
We would, in order to meet the deadline by the end of the year, we would need it no later than the fall to really have some significant discussion on that. Yeah.
So we don't need to do that with this budget approval yet?
You do not.
Okay.
The transfer money is in the budget because it is going to be income coming in this year, but the designation of how you want to use it, we
Okay.
need just by 12/31/24.
We'll earmark it then. Thank you.
Sure.
Any other questions?
Karen, okay. On page 6, 119, and it was, just want to clarify on the list of things that you'd like for us to continue to budget. It's the other considerations and budget threats. So it's 1, 2, 3, the third bullet point. And so resuming annual funding would be at $500,000 for the next 10 years. So is that $500,000? Is that the $500,000 that's in the budget that you were talking about?
That's correct, the 500,000 that was determined at mid-year?
At mid-year, so
Yes.
we did use the surplus,
Correct.
put that in there, and then for
And-
this upcoming budget, that money is earmarked to do the same thing.
We have not put it in.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but we would hope that we would continue with that commitment to keep funding the pension fund.
Okay, and so that then during the mid-year, we would evaluate, and if we were looking good, then we would, you would make the recommendation to us to continue to fund that.
Correct.
Got it, okay, all right, so it's not in that projection of the deficit of 2.6?
It is not,
It is
no.
not, okay, great. Okay. And, I just wanted to thank you for, you and the other department heads for doing that deeper dive and looking at, other ways to find out what the actual rates are. So, I think that's cool. So thank you for that. I'm just going backwards here from that. So page 116, 3 of 7. So in the fees and charges, so there's this chart here. In the TOT, right, so the actual for 22-23 is 2.1 million. And so you can just explain why that,
Went up.
why it's
Some-
higher and that, yeah.
Sometimes it's timing as well. There's a rule governments have to comply as far as when we receive payments, when we can recognize that revenue. There was also a payment settlement for the long-term stay hotel that was made during that year.
Oh,
So that increased,
got it.
yeah.
Okay, that makes sense, yeah. Forgot about that, yeah, that was kind of a holdout for a while, and then, then we received those funds, I guess, during that time.
Right.
Okay. So, in regards to property tax, so I know you talked a little bit about, like why you think it's gonna be lower. So I'm curious, the phase 3, project, has been completed. They did the ribbon cutting ceremony, and do we know if the county has fully assessed that that property?
That I'm not sure off the top of my head, but we can look into that. But also, just keep in mind that the property tax line that you're seeing has a lot of different lines under it. It's not just our typical property tax. There's unsecured properties, the transfer taxes, ERAF is in there, vehicle license tax. So the vehicle offset. So those all are impacting the total property tax line that can drop it down. So even if we're getting an increase from those properties, if something else is bringing down the projection, it could bring down the whole property tax line.
Got it. So it isn't just like the value of property
No,
is going, I mean, the value of property
It's-
can continue to
here
go
it's
up,
going
but you
up.
could still have a decrease.
correct, because of some of the other components that make up that property tax line.
Okay.
And then also with RDA, it is like a pool type of arrangement, even though it's our property here that they're assessing, but there are different associations or agencies that also get a cut of some of that.
Got it. Oh, okay. Thank you. That's it.
And any other questions from council? I did just want to touch on the property tax segment, and I've heard rumors from other cities that, have we found out what the impact of the state's budget is on any withholding of vehicle license transfer fees and things of that nature? Have we heard what those impacts might be? And if we have or haven't, have we considered that in the reduction for property tax overall?
That definitely does come into play in that we've been pretty conservative in that area because the state uses that a lot, not to pay the cities. It's an area that they can kind of adjust. And so with that, we do consider it. And so we have been working with the county, meeting regularly. That's a hot topic that they're not expecting it to pay as, I don't want to say as promised, because it's, as originally measured, they're not expecting to pay that amount. It's much less.
They're expecting some sort of clawback.
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that that was part of the reasoning behind your property tax reduction.
So, yes, definitely.
Just because we've heard lots of rumors at government meetings about that, and, specifically in the county level. Great. Are there any publics who would like to comment on this item? Seeing no hands in the audience, do we have anyone online that would like to comment on this?
No, Madam Mayor, I see no hands raised.
Great, thank you. That is going to bring us to our department presentations. And first up is going to be Public Works, Utilities, Marina, and Library.
I'll wait a moment so the city clerk can bring up the slide deck, ma'am. Go back one. There we go. Perfect. All right, Honorable Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, good evening and welcome to the greatest show on earth. This is the Public Works Department budget presentation. As I go through this evening, what I'm going to try and do is focus on the new and newish items, and I'll explain to you what newish is later. You feel free to stop me at any point in time in here. You'll see that I also have some slides interspersed in there of photos that show things that were accomplished last year. As Carolina mentioned, we do also have the Resource X priority-based budgeting deck in there, and we can go through that as quickly or as slowly as you find necessary to help you. And then, of course, at the end of the presentation, we'll have time for some rousing rounds of Stump the City Engineer. It's a fun game the whole family can play. So if we can go to the next slide, please. So this is us. This is Public Works. You see we've got 26 full-timers, 1 part-timer. We also have another part-timer that's actually accounted for in the Parks and Rec Department, but we supervise their work effort. In here, you're going to see that there are 13 of our 15 divisions. We've got 1 slide deck with the 13, and the other 2 are going to be covered separately. And as Carolina mentioned, that is the library and the Marina. So if we could move forward, please. Here's another view of us, Public Works, $12 million, approaching, you've got a 40-something million dollar budget overall. It's not an insignificant amount. But to be fair, $4 million of that is the cost of buying water and the cost of treating wastewater. So it lowers that number a little bit. It's however you want to look at it. This doesn't surprise me very much when I look at this pie chart. I sort of expect this. Next slide, please. So these are new items. For open space, of course, you've got the outdoor lighting assessment, which ties in with the dark skies ordinance that you recently passed. So we need to make sure we get out there and do that. The Green Team Projects is an innovative item by staff where they're trying to get together cross-departmentally and figure out how to move things forward. I think the important thing to note about this is that overall, the open space budget actually went down. So while these are new items, they're not really new costs compared if you're trying to compare it to past budgets. Under streets and storm drains, you see the walkway stair repair. That's talking about the walkway we have that terminates on Humboldt. I think a couple of you have walked down there and noticed the stairs are in bad repair, so we do want to get that fixed this year. I do see that as a safety item. The second item on there, the AB 413 daylighting, that is in relation to the requirement the state passed where beginning January of this year, the police will be actively enforcing the fact that you can't park within 20 feet on the approach side of an intersection. But because we've got so many of those spaces that are already signed or striped for parking, we've got to go through and remove them all and then put them back. And I think you're also well aware the Complete Street Safety Committee has been out doing some surveying and seeing where does this make sense, where doesn't it, maybe should we have it longer here. So that's a big effort that's underway. The fire safety planning is a set aside that we put in there sort of at the last minute. And this is really a way to talk about, are there things we can do to manage the publicly owned trees, vegetation, and such that not only provide a benefit for fire prevention, but that also serve as an example so that property owners and homeowners can say, oh, yes, look at that. And it's a to be determined yet. We don't have the project figured out. I know the city manager, I think, is going to recommend to the new city manager that he get together with a subcommittee and work that out, but we're putting that in there as a placeholder. Parks maintenance, these are 2 items that we talked about with Parks and Rec. And I will tell you that I don't think these 2 items are critical. They're not health, life, and safety, but they're just things that we could do better. If you've been into the community parks restrooms, those things are well over a quarter of a century. They're just not holding up. We've got parts of the play structure that are just worn. We could do better. So if you can see your way through to it, I certainly would recommend you do those. But I'm not going to tell you someone's going to die if we don't. The photo that we've got here is an interesting one. I put it in here because it's related to our storm drains. This is the contractor that we had last year that was cleaning up all of the debris that came in from the New Year's Eve slide. That ended up costing us $1.8 million. The good news is that FEMA has actually approved all of those costs. We haven't started receiving them yet, but FEMA approved all of those. So that's beautiful. The bad news is that I'm still working on it. This is going to be June of 2024. I'm still actively involved in it. I see a light at the end of the tunnel for me because it's turning over to where it's going to be Carolina's issue, where all of her accounting staff and her finance staff are going to be tracking the money. Because the way it works with FEMA reimbursements is we're not actually a recipient, we're a subrecipient. So FEMA provides the money to Cal OES. They're the recipient, we're the subrecipient. So it's a lot of rambling that goes on, and I'm glad that Caroline and her staff are prepared to do that. So next slide, please. So new items on here, we have some safety issues out at the Margaret water tank. The ladder that we use to climb it is just getting to the point where it's hazardous. It's a slightly big deal, I think, at $40,000, but it needs to be done. This is a safety issue for our personnel. We need to access those tanks. We have this ongoing issue ever since decades ago when San Francisco PUC started putting chloramines in our water as a disinfectant. we periodically have to get up there and regulate those tanks. We have to add chlorine. We have to drop water levels. It's a complex issue, but it's necessary to keep the public safe. It's necessary to give them water that they can drink and that they can always rely on as something they can drink. The next one, that's the State Water Resources Control Board. The state, in its wisdom, has decided that everybody has to have a written policy. It's going to put a lot of burden on us. And what you're going to see there, that we've split the cost between water, which is our water division, that is Central Brisbane, and GVMID, which is the GVMID Water District. So that's why it shows up on this page twice. Under water quality monitoring, the maintenance management or emergency response plans, you will see that as you look at the budget for this division, it looks like, oh my God, there's a 200% increase. 100% of the increase is covered by the funds from the developer. So again, it's new, but it's new to the budget, but it's got new revenue associated with it. So, it's not a big deal. When we go into GVMID, and I'm sorry for the people listening that don't know, that's the Guadalupe Valley Municipal Improvement District, which is primarily Crocker Industrial Park and the Northeast Ridge are within that zone. We have a manhole that serves North Hill. It comes down North Hill. It comes down towards Cypress, and we just can't get to it. And it's a pretty critical manhole, and we can't get our large Vector trucks in there. And so we think it's going to cost $50,000 to get an all-weather road put in there so we can get this large piece of equipment in there. Because what we really need to do is we truly do need to prevent sanitary sewer overflows. And what not a lot of people see there, but because of the way this line comes down from North Hill and it kind of sneaks in back behind the dry cleaning and the laundry place that's in there, there's actually a ditch just right to the side of that connects right to the lagoon, that connects right to the bay. So if we were to have a major overflow there, we're going to have a direct connection to the bay of raw sewage. And we want to avoid that. I count that as a health item. And then next slide, please. Oh, I'm sorry. You know what? Can I go back one slide? I'm sorry, Ingrid. I'm just going way too fast. So the reason I've got that photo there, that is the new lift station 4. It's kind of adjacent to the DoubleTree. It's as you're going out to Sierra Point, you come under 101, and then before you get to the DoubleTree, you have this. This was built as part of the development that occurred out there. But the reason I've got it here is because it's part of water quality, GVMID. Out at Sierra Point, because everything is on a landfill, we have to do methane monitoring of all the below-ground vaults we have. That's a new program. It cost us a little bit of money. It makes sense. What San Mateo County Environmental Health is trying to make sure is that we don't have exploding vaults that are in the ground, right? Because they're above a clay cap. Theoretically, that clay cap is well sealed, but methane is still being produced, although very slowly. Sierra Point is another very mature landfill that's not creating a lot of methane, but they want to make sure that they're open regularly so that no one's harmed by it. So I understand that issue. Could we move forward, Ingrid? Thank you. Sorry for making you go back and forth. Administration. This is the budget where I'm embedded. It's where my assistant is embedded. It's where the public works inspector is embedded. I put that picture there because that happened this past year. That is the traffic calming improvements that we put on Bayshore Boulevard next to the Mobile Home Park. You see pretty clearly there the bollards that we put up both on the fog lines and on the median lines. And you're looking at the back of it, but we've got those friendly radar signs that if you're actually in compliant with the speed, it'll say thank you. And I like those. I actually saw those out in Colorado, and I made an intentional effort to get those. But the bollards themselves, we were having a little trouble with. The first batch that the supplier recommended did not survive well, which surprises me for a couple reasons. Number one, because it was the wrong recommendation, even though they knew the speed. But the other reason it surprises me, these are 12-foot wide lanes that people are going along at 45, and they're drifting all over, and they're hitting these bollards. So I think it really speaks to how important it is. And I just stuck that in there because that was something that was done out of the city engineer's office that we hadn't planned to do, but we just went ahead and did it. Next slide, please. Open space, not really a lot to speak about this. We've already talked about the items that are new, and we've talked about the fact that the budget is not changing at all. Next slide, please. Streets and storms, one of our favorite ones. And again, this is a budget that's relatively stable. It increased by just a very, very small amount. This photo in here is the Crocker Trail improvements. A trail we love. I think it's been really, really well received by the community. You know, I do want to discuss if it's an elephant in the room or not. I don't want to leave it unspoken. Is that after a couple of the heavy rainstorms we've had, you saw that there's some deterioration of the trail. And we always knew there was going to be some amount because the challenge you have when you're designing something like this and when it's very, very flat and there's not very much elevation change, in order for you to do a hydrologic study and really know where all the flow is going to go, you would spend tens and tens of thousands of dollars to get that information, because you just have to have your survey control leveled to such a detail that you understand, that you're 6 inches apart from here to there. And that's incredibly expensive to do. So we think that for the same amount, we're going to go back and fix these items. And what happened is during the rain, we discovered where the weak points are. So we're at the point right now. In fact, I just saw the 2 purchase orders were in my inbox today. I was looking at that. So we're going to get that fixed, and we'll get it ready. We'll get it tidied up, and it will not cost us as much as it would have cost us to do the survey. So that's why we've done it in that fashion. Next slide, please. B&G, another one that has stayed relatively steady, so really not much to talk about there. Next slide, Parks Maintenance. And once again, another relatively steady one. So these are where the programs break out. You can see the percentages. One of the things I always look at really when I go through there, as Carolina was mentioned, this is taking care of the park. Well, look at where the majority of the money is spent on this, right? You've got 78% of the money being spent on your built environment, your natural environment. That's where it ought to be. I think, I don't know how the council uses this, but I think if I had looked at that and it was 78% being admin, I'd say, well, something's kind of wrong there, right? You're supposed to be doing maintenance with this. You're not supposed to be paying salaries and doing administrative fees. So that's what I see. That's the check that I use on this. That's a value to me. Next slide, please. Landscape maintenance. So this is one of those ones that's interesting to me because it's got newish items in it. And what I mean by newish items is that every year we make refinements over the budget. And we're refining those based on costs the city are actually seeing and making sure they're captured in the right place. So one of the things that went up in this is that gas, oil, and the cost of water are properly allocated into this budget from where they're actually being used, okay, by our vehicles and, by our parks being watered. But they're not new cost, right? Because the city's always been paying them. So while it looks new in your budget, it's not a new cost. It's stuff that we've always been paying for. It's just that if you, and I highlight that because I think if somebody were to dive down into this division and say, whoa, what's going on here? Why do we have these increases? That's what the increase is. It's just a recovery. It's a proper alignment. Next slide, please. Sierra Point L&L, I think you're familiar with that. We'll start seeing the annual program that we go through that we're required to do by law to get the revenue for this. This is one of the enterprise funds we have. It's close. I think we're still not fully funded there, but we're better than we were. So I don't see this one as being very much out of line. Next slide is water service. Water service, again, not a ton of changes to us here. And as always, you can see, the cost of the water, right? That's the huge amount of it right there. It's purchasing it is $1 million out of that total. So it's half. That's what you'd expect water to be. Next slide, please. Here we go into water quality. This is one that I talked about earlier. This is where we have the monitoring and emergency response plans. So we've got 2 monitoring and emergency response plans, both of them out at Sierra Point. And the reason we have those is that within the water code of the state of California, it says you can't build a potable water line within 150 feet of a closed landfill, unless you get a waiver from the Division of Drinking Water. So we got waivers from the Division of Drinking Water. It's a lengthy process we went through during the approval plans for both of those developments, the South Shore and the 3,500 Marina Boulevard. Unique trench details that we don't use anywhere in town, but I understand why you'd have them over landfill. But then you also have a monitoring and emergency response plan, because really what DDW is concerned about is similar. Our goals and our aspirations are aligned, right? We don't want leachate to somehow get into drinking water and make people sick. We don't want to do that. So as a result of that, you have to have these very detailed monitoring plans. We've got measuring levels that are inside both the pipeline trenches and are in these pump out vaults and are in these measuring devices. And, at certain points, the water reaches a certain level. We have to go out, we have to take samples, we have to do analytes. It's almost $300,000 a year. Next slide, please. GVMID is one of our favorite. I think most of you know that we've kept GVMID in existence ever since Crocker was brought into the city, and that's fine. It gets a little bit different because if you look at GVMID is not really water, it's not really wastewater, it's not both of those combined because we do some street stuff in there as well. So it's just kind of a hodgepodge. It's sort of a unique fund that we have, but it's a utility fund. It's relatively simple to manage. And again, the only changes we have in here were the minor ones that we talked about earlier. Next slide, please. Wastewater service. So here we got wastewater service. This is sewer, okay? This is where we do the sewer for central Brisbane. Again, you look at it, purchase of utilities, right? What does it cost to purchase these utilities? And when we say purchase utilities here, what we're really talking about is the cost to treat wastewater at San Francisco's Hunters Point wastewater treatment plant. There you go, $1.6 million, 70% of the cost of it. Next slide, please. NPDES, our National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System. This has come up a couple of times during here, particularly in light of the fact of what you're going to see at your next council meeting at June 6th. And you're probably going to get a packet here over the weekend that's going to have the full details on this. But what it comes down to is we've always been backfilling this with approximately $500,000 worth of general fund money. It's just been a burden. We've never really found a way to do it. So what's coming to you next week is based on the paradigm that there are two guilty suspects, if you will, who are responsible for rainwater not being allowed to permeate into the ground and being going out into the bay because they have impermeable surfaces. I'm one of them. I'm the city. As the city, I operate all of these streets, which don't allow water to permeate. We have sidewalks, and we have a couple of handfuls of buildings. None of those allow water to permeate in, so the water runs off and it has to go somewhere. On the other hand, you have the commercial areas, and we've developed a specific study map that only goes and encompasses the commercial areas because they're really the big ones, all right? They've got huge roof spaces. They've got huge parking lots that they use for the businesses. Unlike the single-family homes and such here, which actually tend to have, if you look at it ratio-wise, they have much more permeable land space than a commercial building. So we've compared those two, and that's how we've come up with a ratio of costs. And what you're going to see next week is we're bringing to you what's referred to as a majority protest public hearing. So we've probably sent out, I think we've got about 250. That's a rough number of the number of APNs that are being impacted by it. And so for you to not pass this fee, there would have to be a majority of them who would either deliver us a written protest in advance of the meeting or show up at the meeting and say we're protesting. I think as of this morning, we've received five protests out of 250 that were sent. So I have high hopes that it'll pass. It is one of those things where we're trying to fairly and equitably allocate the cost because there is important work to do. I mean, I can't come to you and argue to you that it's not important to make sure that we don't load the San Francisco Bay with pollutants. We have to do it. But at some point in time, that cost has to be spread around to everybody who's responsible for it. So that'll be something the city engineer will talk to you about in more detail next week. Next slide, please. The Emergency Operations Center, that's me. That's down to just me now. There's some work we do in there. Really, primarily what I use this for is as a place where I store funds so that I can bring in other consultants to either do training for staff or to update emergency response plans. Now that it's a one-man shop, for a while I had a part-time and then a full-time employee. We don't fund that anymore, and that's fine. So that's really what's going on with that one. And that's the first 13 divisions. Only 2 more to go. Could we go to the next slide, please? Could you bring up Marina for us? Gives me a break, a chance to drink some water. Marina budget presentation, lovely. Next slide, please. Okay, there we go. Yep. So this is us. I mean, it shouldn't be a big surprise to you, right? I mean, that's a $2 million operation out there when you're running slips for 580 different slips. Next slide, please. Here's the new things that we want to talk about there. The bathymetric survey. For those of you not familiar with the term, it's basically underwater topography. We are getting some places in the marina, inside the marina, where we're getting complaints from some of our customers that at low tide that they're starting, the bigger vessels are starting to get their keels rubbing against the bottom. And for those of you that are sailors and that have exited the marina, as you're outbound, just as you're passing our jetty on the starboard side, your right-hand side, we're starting to get some shoaling in there that we're aware of. So we need to spend the $11,000 to go in and see where we are, see what the sediment deposition and accumulation rate has been, and to see, do we have a big problem where we've got to do a major dredging operation again, or do we have a small problem that we can go out and attack a little bit? Utilities here, this is another one that's a newish item. And again, this is just that electricity, water, and sewer. The city's been paying it, but it wasn't captured and accounted for in this budget. It was paid for, right? Because remember, a budget is a planning tool. A budget isn't your general ledger. It isn't where you're spending money and getting money in. So now we're capturing it here, and like I mentioned earlier, what we're really trying to do is just make sure that we give you the best representation of what these different divisions are doing. The photos here, the one on the left, pretty straightforward. I think a huge improvement, though. We got rid of some of the rotten, falling apart benches that we had out there. We put concrete slabs out here. In this case, this is a photo of that one. The barbecue grill in the back is actually ADA compliant, so someone in a wheelchair can roll up to it. And the reason there's yellow striping around the outside of it is because those are places where we have a drop off that's more than a couple inches. We just don't want any of our clients to go out there and take a tumble. So that's the point of that. The slide to the right, the geek engineer in me just had to show that one to you. That is intentionally rotated 90 degrees, and it's a duckbill. That's what we call it. It's shaped like a duckbill. And what a more technical term would be is it's an anti-seawater backflow preventer device. And so the way that valve works is what we do is in the grassy area, or what I call the Marina Embarcadero, we have catch basins and drop inlets. So you go in and you lift the catch basin up, and then you have an outlet pipe that goes out to the ocean, okay? So that's when the stormwater is going out. So you take that pipe and you insert the skinny end of it in first, all right? You push that in, and then you put the grate back on. And what happens is when stormwater comes down and drops into that catch basin, it enters the big round part on the left of that thing, the round part, and the duckbill opens, and it lets the water come out. But when the tide's rising and it wants to push seawater back into that area and drown that grassy area we've had, it doesn't. The duckbill stays closed. So it's just, it's a fascinating piece of technology. It's really simple. And if you've gone out by the marina, if you look in the area, say from the harbor master's office to the first bathroom, and then compare that down past like docks 4, 5, and 6, and you look at the difference in the vegetation, you could see that we're getting rid of that really shoreside type vegetation. It's getting back to be natural grass because it's just not getting this, ephemeral saline water solution coming to it. So I don't know, I'm kind of proud of it. Next slide, please. And there we go. And that's just, the budget for the marina. We've talked about the two big changes on there. And Ingrid, can I trouble you to bring up the library if you get a chance? Last one, folks. I'll get you there. You've been timing me. Next slide, please. Thank you. So really what you are going to see here is there are some significant increases, and the reason is because we've got a brand new library, and we have suddenly got to the point where the building is old enough, we've got to start maintaining it. There are things that we just have to do that we didn't have to do previously when we had a brick building that was easily maintained just by painting. Next slide, please. And I feel like you skipped one. Maybe go one more then, and again? Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't have that last slide, thank you. Okay, so these are the items that we kind of knew. The janitorial contract services has gone up, that's a cost increase. You'll recall that we have a rainwater harvesting program out there, that we take the rainwater from the roof, we put it in that tank, and we use it for non-potable uses there. I love that, I think it's a very creative idea. One of the points I want to highlight out to you is that despite the community's desire, we intentionally did not put photovoltaic on the building at the time, because we were anticipating that there was going to be grant money available. And just as Peninsula Clean Energy provided us money and provided us a power purchase agreement to put photovoltaic on Mission Blue, they're starting the same process right now at the library. So within a year, we are going to have both rainwater harvesting out there and photovoltaic panels on the library. So I think that it just continues to increase, the beauty and just the sustainability of that library. And the last thing we have here is utilities. I'm not surprised to see this cost because this is post-COVID now. Right? This is when we're really starting to see the building being used, being occupied. So when you weren't seeing any gas being used, you weren't seeing the lights on, you weren't seeing a lot of water being used, but we have that now. So that's a new cost. And last and final slide, and just to help you remember why we want to maintain this building, I think this is one of the buildings that we've built in the 23 years that I've been here that the community seems to love. It did win a People's Choice Award, which is an industry-based for architects for projects that were under 10 million. Remember, we came in, in the 7 million and change mark on this. It's still a beautiful building. I love this entryway view. I couldn't pick which picture that I really wanted to see because I think if you go into this building and if you've been there in the daytime and you go all the way through this until you're outside. You get that curved bench, and when you look to the right through the maker room, and you look through the clear store, you can see it. Just an amazing view of San Bruno Mountain. I just still am just so pleasantly surprised by how the architects were able to just align this building. You get those view corridors to show up like that. So I'm done, and I'd be happy to play Stump the City Engineer.
Okay, well, thank you for that. I will say that because our pages weren't in the order you went, it was hard to sort of follow along. Well, it was impossible to follow along on our written documents.
Okay.
And they didn't have department dividers between our paperwork. So there's only a couple that have department headers. Anyway,
Oh, okay.
so it was hard,
Those in there,
it was hard
sure.
to follow along with what our written word was.
Fair enough.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
could we ask Randy, we've not seen your program slides. I would really love to have those. Could you send those to all the council members?
Sure, happy to.
We could provide all of the departments. We will make sure that the council gets a copy of all of them.
Perfect, thank you, because it's a different side.
Correct.
Looking at it from
It
that.
really is, and it almost requires, and that's why I hesitate a little bit with it, because it does require, a nimble switch. You're like, oh, okay, I'm looking at numbers here, I'm looking at pictures here, I'm looking at percentages here, and so I hope it wasn't too confusing, notwithstanding, the report not having things aligned the way we went through them.
Well, it was very confusing for us because nothing is in the packet is in the order of what the presentations are.
The,
There's no page
just,
numbers.
just to help follow along, maybe we can point out the cost center numbers, because the order you have is in cost center number, whereas the presentations aren't in that order necessarily. So maybe departments, we can make that effort. Thank you.
I spent more of my time trying to find the section we were talking about than he did talking about the section. That's just,
Well, 142 is the next page.
okay.
I wrote them all down.
You're quicker than me. I was trying to pay attention, I think. Okay. Are there any other questions? Are there questions for Randy?
I do, but I can go after.
No, I think we need to do it
Yeah.
now or we're gonna be really confused.
No,
Yeah.
I was saying if there's somebody else
Oh,
on
I
the
don't have
dais that
any.
has a question, I can go after them.
I have a procedural question. The last time we did this, we went by each fund number and went through to see if we had questions on each page. Could we do that and go in the order of what we were given? Is that,
But we haven't heard
For Public Works, you mean?
yes, for Public Works?
sure. I think if we want to do that, we can.
Starting on page 153.
You know what I'm talking about, the last time where we went through and if we had a question on a line item?
So, yeah.
Yeah, well, now my stuff's again all out.
154.
154, 2112 open space.
Okay, let me,
Okay, I'm there.
So at this point, are you saying like anyone who has a question about page 154, ask it now?
That
So
we would
just-
do that and then go through each page. I think that could just make it easier so we're not jumping all over the
Yeah, I
place.
agree.
sure. So, we're gonna look at the open space budget. And does anyone have a question about the open space budget?
I do.
Okay, Colleen.
Randy, office expense, change of 2,800%. It's only $14,000, but what is that?
That is,
It begs the question.
it does
because
beg the
of
question, it certainly
huge
does.
number.
It certainly does beg the question. And my recollection, it appears that we have put the green team projects in there in office expense. That's the
Okay.
$10,000 green team.
Okay, And then underneath it, the professional services is
Yes.
up 75,000, 188%. What
Yes.
is that attributed to?
The main part of that is the public outdoor lighting assessment, which is more than half of that. And the rest of it is just an assignment of the other costs that we're doing. So the consultants that we use to help us with the Brisbane Energy Efficiency Program.
Okay, and then the special department expense went down 91,000, not a small amount, minus 59%. What was that?
I don't recall what it was last year. I'm sorry.
Okay, that's all I've got on that page.
So when you say the outdoor lighting, that was working for the green building or for the,
Dark
the
skies.
Dark skies
Yes, ma'am.
ordinance? Okay, and I would assume special department expense, it was that we reallocated some of it to a specific project, but I could be wrong.
It was a project, but I just can't bring it to mind, and I'm not going to misspeak on it. I can research that.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
So the next one you went through would be
155. Public Works Administration.
Public Works Administration. Does anyone have any questions on page 155, Public Works Administration?
No.
Probably.
Again, special department expenses went way up, but we don't, or the requested budget for that. Do we know what that is?
I'm sorry, which cost center?
Caroline's going to pull that. Caroline's going to pull that.
Special department expense.
For which
Public
department?
Works Administration.
6001. 6001 52045.
6001.
So while Carolina's looking up that other one, she was able to pull up what happened in open space. That was the Climate Corps Fellow, not being
I'm sorry.
Climate Corps Fellow. We had a fellowship, and we didn't get the funds for that this year, so we don't have another fellow.
Okay.
That's what this is. Okay.
And then on.
And so in this one here, as you're looking at for the special department expense, this is the GIS license. That's the majority of the cost. It's a one-time expense. You'll recall that the council authorized some technology improvements, and it's primarily right now planning and building that are taking that on, or we're doing the permitting program. We're integrated with a part of that, and part of what we need to do is get additional GIS licenses so that the GIS system can be integrated into the permitting program that planning is putting together.
Great, thank you. Any other questions on that department?
No.
Okay, on streets and storms, are there any questions on page 156?
No.
No.
Okay,
I mean, I have a question. I don't know if it's like related to this in regards to the budget, Randy, but like in your presentation, you talked about the Sierra Point Landscape and Lighting District. And, what do we do for Crocker Park? And does Crocker Park have something?
GVMID.
Okay, so GBMID.
Sure.
Okay, so there's that in place, some kind of funding mechanism from property owners that goes into.
No, it's not an enterprise fund. It's not an L&L. It's not a landscaping and lighting district, no.
So, I apologize if maybe I've asked you this at some past budget meeting, but I'm just kind of curious why we don't have something like that. We've had some storms. Eucalyptus tree branches have come down, and we've got a lot of old trees, things like that.
I don't know there's a reason we don't. We just don't.
I think I can try to answer that. It really comes to when those went into place. So Crocker Park predates the city.
Sure, yeah, that's
And,
right. It's part of the county.
Sierra Point was part of the redevelopment project that went on out there. So lighting and landscaping districts typically went in with redevelopment agencies or with new developments. And it's just, this park is just, I think, was put in the 50s before we were even incorporated.
Okay, all right. You know, I'm gonna offline. I'm gonna talk to
Okay,
you about
sure,
that, Randy.
sure. That's great.
Do a little digging, see if there is, you know, something that's out there in some other city that, you know, try and get some kind of partnership to work with the city and the property owners to, you know, help with the landscaping of the industrial park. All right, thanks.
Okay, so did we say there was no questions on streets and storm drains?
Yeah.
Okay. And then we go to building and grounds on page 157.
Yes.
Questions on that?
Question, special department expense, 15,000, 100% removed. What happened there?
The item we had last year didn't have to be repeated. It was a one-time item.
Okay, so it was.
So that's what we
one-
use 0454.
Okay,
We try
so
and
it
put
was
those
One-time. expense.
one-timers in there, yeah. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
That's all I have?
Okay, anybody else?
Nope.
Okay, then parks maintenance. Any questions for Randy on that one?
Yes.
Page 158.
Special department expense, 128%, $23,000.
That is the community park issues.
Community park what?
The community park maintenance issues.
Oh, okay. Is that?
It's the play structure in the bathroom.
Is that grounds repairs or the bathroom?
It's both. Well, no, it's not grounds. I'm sorry. It's parks maintenance. So this would be the bathroom and it would be the play structure.
Okay. Any other questions?
Nope.
Okay, page 159, landscape maintenance.
Nope.
Nope.
Nope. Nope.
Coming back to maybe to Cliff, the Sierra Point Landscaping and Lighting District. Any questions?
No.
Page 160,
No.
Yes.
okay?
Indirect costs went down 100%, $174,000.
I think that's just error in there, as Carolina was talking about earlier. The indirect costs are properly accounted for in the first two pages, but not in these sheets here.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Council member, the cover sheet that had all of the departments listed, you'll see one line item for indirect costs underneath each of the
Okay.
funds there.
Okay.
They are going to keep charging me, it turns out. My goodness. I try and talk finance out of it so my budget looks better, but they just won't budge.
Okay, so page 161, Water Department, any questions there?
Yes. Professional services went down 20%,
Yes.
almost $43,000.
Yes. Well, it's because we had a number of studies that were done last year that we're not doing this year.
Okay. And,
We had the water shortage contingency plan update and things like that.
okay, and there's a special department expense, $73,500, went up 103%.
Yeah, and that's so, I really dislike having those percents in there because the whole dollar amount, the reason it went up so much is that's the Margaret Tank safety rails that we're going to do, and it's the cross connection control plan that the State Water Board wants us to put together.
Any other questions?
Nope. Nope.
Okay, 162, water quality monitoring, any questions on that?
Yes. Professional services increase almost 200,000. Is that the monitoring that's
Yes,
now
ma'am.
required
Yep.
by law?
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
That's what I figured.
It's the monitoring and response plans.
Any other questions?
Nope.
And the utility funds, GVMID, any questions on page 163?
Yes, special department expense up 42% higher.
Yes, so that's the North Hill Junction. That's the $50,000 for the North Hill Junction. And again, because we had some special department expenses that were one time, so they don't necessarily always go down in the same ratio, but that's where we embedded the $50K to fix that manhole junction.
Okay.
That's for the all-weather roadway?
Yes, ma'am, the all-weather roadway to access the manhole, exactly correct.
One question for Randy.
Mm-hmm.
Where is that again?
Behind the laundry.
Behind the laundry, yes. So
Oh,
if you,
okay.
if you were walking along the Crocker Trail
Yeah.
And the laundry was on your left.
Yep,
And before you got to the undercrossing of Bayshore Boulevard,
yes.
turn 90 degrees and go uphill.
So this is an old thing.
Oh, it's an old thing, yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
By the way, I saw the Vector trucks out at the Marina today sucking the stuff out of the storm drains. It was a wonderful sight to see. And
It's
quite
exciting.
the audience.
It is, right? It's sort of interesting.
There were people watching to see if something
Yeah.
strange came out.
Yeah.
Maybe
Well-
we could sell tickets and increase
An
the
extra
revenues.
alligator or
Yeah,
something.
well, that's interesting because we just got the report the other day from the Regional Water Quality Control Board, because they come out and occasionally look at things that we've told them are going on, and they like to put eyes in the ground and say, are you misrepresenting that in your annual report? So they review our online trash assessment and see, well, because we have to go out there and say, well, we think there's this much trash, this is what we have to do, and then they go out and say, really? And they also go out and they look at all our trash capture devices and see how they functioning, are they broke, are they work? We only maintain them usually once or twice a year at the most. And they found some discrepancies, things that they thought we'd done better. But overall, it was a pretty rosy report. Like, yeah, most of what you guys are doing was what we expect you to do. So we were really happy about that.
Good, good. Okay, so then we have sewer, page 164. Any questions?
Yes, professional services minus 63%.
Same thing. Same thing, ma'am. We had a master plan update that was done in the last cycle. So those are more expensive than anything else we're doing.
Okay.
And NPDES, any questions on page 165?
Nope.
Yep.
Sweet.
And 166 for Emergency Operations Center. Any questions?
Nope.
No.
Nope.
I think that is the end of those reports.
Is if you wanted to go to Fund 550 and Department 7009, that would be the Marina.
Yeah.
And then the library is
179.
adjacent to that. Yeah.
One's 180.
Yep, one question on that one.
Wait.
Hold on, I have to
What
find it
page?
first.
180.
180?
Question.
Equipment
I put it
maintenance?
in a different pile.
So I'm assuming 52010 was just something, it went down because we didn't need to do it.
We had major work on the boat
Got it.
last year that had to be done. It was due for some major overhaul.
And utilities is just because everything's gone through the
See, this
roof,
one had a-
correct?
No, it's because this is one of the newish ones that we had been paying,
Okay,
that the city had been paying, it just hadn't been captured in this budget. So this budget is more reflective of the real world.
Not to look at.
okay. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So that was
Library
one-
is 7100, ma'am. If that's the last one you want to look at.
Yep.
Okay, well, I'm still looking for the page for the Marina. I do have a question on the Marina. No, I
Sure.
have it.
Sure,
I have
okay,
it.
sure.
The barometric study that we are planning to do.
Yep.
When was our last dredging? 2014? Or was it 2017?
No, it's
Yeah.
more like 10 years ago.
Yeah.
'Cause-
So
'cause-
have we paid off that? Well, we'd know by if we paid off the Marina bond yet. And how many years do we have left on that?
It was a 20-year,
20-year.
I believe, and it started in 2015.
No, I think it was a 10-year, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I think we'll have to get
Good
back
check.
to you on that,
Yeah.
ma'am. Right now,
I
we've
thought
hit
that
all the
when we
ranges.
did the financing, we assumed that the dredging would last for the life of the bond.
Or
We did.
versa. Okay.
So we thought the dredging would be a 15-year thing.
That's what I'm thinking, but
We'd have
I-
to double check.
Yeah, we need to double check it because that was an assumption that was made. That was why I remember the
But we don't know
conversation with finance.
because-
But you don't know when water patterns
Yeah, you
change,
can't predict
right?
the first
Right.
future.
Or when you get these giant rains
You hope.
that nobody knows about, and you get all this extra dirt that gets dumped in, and then it gets moved to you, so it accelerates cycles. So that was why I believe I recall having the conversation that it was going to be my recommendation that we do the bathymetric surveys every 3 years, just so we get ahead of it, right? You don't want to be surprised at the end where all of a sudden you're at mean low, and half your customers say, "Well, I can't get out in the bay now. I'm stuck in my slip."
Okay, and on the Marina fund as an enterprise fund, is it mostly covering its nut?
Marina's,
I'll look to the finance director.
sorry, looking if you're going to answer.
No.
Marina is covering?
Is it covering its expenses for the most part, the marina?
Yes,
The revenues are covering
Covering.
what its outlay is?
yes.
I would think so. I mean, I don't have the access to the revenue like Carolina does, but the monthly reports I see, we're generating right up to about 200,000 a month. So that's
Okay,
2.4.
that's good to know.
Yes.
Well,
Thank you.
if you, when you go back into the audit report, it is one of the funds that is in the proprietary funds, the enterprise funds.
Okay.
So it has its own column that you can follow there.
Okay. And then, so that's the marina.
And just
And then the
to,
library, was there any questions on the library
Yeah, I
fund?
have a couple questions regarding the marina.
Oh, okay,
Yeah, yeah,
yes,
yeah,
please,
thanks.
go ahead.
So, yeah, that was, what you just asked was the question that I wanted just to get clarification, that the money that goes into the marina fund, it comes from the boaters, right?
Yes.
Right? And-
Correct. It's an enterprise
and
fund.
that money that goes into that fund is only used for the marina.
Correct.
Okay, that's good.
With the exception of any indirect costs that are built for other services. I think it's an important clarification, right? Because the finance department bills us for their work and their cost of doing that work. So, yes.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, it's all, there's a nexus and it's all,
Right, but yeah, but it stays in compliance with the state laws on enterprise funds, right? The revenue that comes in there has to be stuck to that.
You have to
You can't put it in Parks and Rec or something.
absolutely. Okay, so, it seems like it's also been a while since we evaluated the slip fees. So I know now. I mean, you know, it's
Yes.
kind of weird. I mean, here we are, like, this, we're on the council here, or this public entity, but the voters are, they would be the ones to pay, and like, how do you work that out? And so, if you wouldn't mind just kind of just sharing with us, like, what that process is to evaluate, if that makes
Would it be in
sense.
the master fee schedule?
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I guess.
No.
No.
No,
Did
that requires a vote.
Didn't we do a fee schedule?
We did.
When we did the refinancing for the bond, we did a systematic fee raising
So,
schedule.
okay, so there is something that's in place that
There-
is tied to the
Well,
bond.
right, there is something that's in place, and it was tied to the bond, and that was so we would have bond coverage, right? Because that's, otherwise they weren't going to underwrite our bonds. But the harbor master has noted to me that he's seeing that we normally try to be at median or just above median. And the reason for that, the rationale behind it is that it's a pretty good marina. We're in pretty good shape.
Yeah.
There are certain amenities we don't have. We don't have a lot of shoreside stuff. We don't have gas. We
Yeah.
don't have a place you can get off and get food.
Yep.
And we're in an okay part of the bay, but we're not so close to the bridge or the wider open part of the bay that make it as desirable as it could be. So we try and keep it in there, and he periodically is reviewing other numbers and noting to me that we're kind of slipping. We're definitely below median, and that, I know that's a project that Andrew wants to take on, so we will do that. We will
Okay,
evaluate that.
yeah, and, because I'm just thinking of, like the marina, costs go up, and you want to make sure that you have a great marina, but that costs money to make sure that occurs. So
You're exactly right, sir. And piece of that, of course, we're looking at what other marinas can pay, because it's a business,
Yeah.
right? Right, wrong, or indifferent, you're a business, you're trying to draw customers. And we have a really high occupancy rate. We've been hovering right up under 90. We're starting to lose some boaters. There's some dynamics going on down there now. I think we're down to more around 85%. But most marinas would love to have that type of occupancy, and we're trying to stay there. So that's part of what you want your rates to look at. Well, what are the other neighbors that are marinas charging? What are we charging? What are our facilities? But also, it's going to be a cost of business. Right? We're not going to lose money and
exactly.
operate a marina. We've got to stay in the black on it, or
Yes.
stay even. So all of those things come into play.
okay, and then just want to make a comment about that duck bill.
The duck
thing.
bill, yes, sir.
Yeah, no, it's pretty fantastic. You look at that area that you mentioned, just I guess south of the Fisherman's Fisherman's Pier.
Yeah, halfway down
and
from the
it's
Fisherman's
right,
Pier,
it's
right.
all dried up.
Yeah.
Before it was, and you're right, the vegetation that you would find in some kind of bay tidal is
Library.
dying, right? It's not in the poplar trees. have rebounded.
Are doing better, yeah. Yeah, they don't like that saline in their roots.
So, all right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, any other questions on the marina?
Madam Mayor, just wanted to answer your question on the term of the bond, if that's okay.
Okay.
It is a 10-year bond, so you were correct.
Oh, good, I'm glad I was right.
Good job, Mayor.
Thank you.
I thought that that's what we had assumed, was that it was 10 years, and by 7 years, we might need to look at doing spot dredging or something like that, but hopefully we had enough reserves to do that without rebonding.
Right, and lo and behold, here we are. It's,
And
yeah.
here we are.
Yeah.
And that was in 2015?
Yeah.
Was it?
Well, it was-
No, we didn't do the dredge in 2015.
That's the when we secured the bond.
That's when we
right.
got
We
the
issued the bond.
bond. I
Right,
think
right.
we did it in the spring of 2017.
Yes.
Okay.
So do we have an idea if this is spot dredging, or are we really?
We don't
have to-
know until we do
We
the
do
study.
Got to do the survey, ma'am.
Okay,
I'm praying for
On the
spot
results.
dredging.
just thought I'd try.
He's going to put on his little magic
Ah,
wand
I-
and say, I sense.
Well, you'd never know.
If I have an idea, I don't mind under promising and getting things in under budget, but I'd be just throwing a dart at a board on this one.
I got it.
Yeah.
Well, we just want to make sure we dredge before we're a super dredger. We have so much material that it's a super dredge.
Right.
Okay. To the library we go. Does anyone have a question on the library?
Give me a
budget?
page. Give me a page.
184.
Thank you.
Professional services, 120%, $35,000.
Right. HVAC maintenance. The janitorial contract services, the total cost went up 6,000, and the the rainwater harvesting program treatment of that tank, the professional services, the window cleaning, which we hadn't done before, and then the exterior wood treatment as well. Where I was talking about that lovely view when you're outside and you're looking through the clear story, if you look around, that's all stained wood, and it's starting to fade. It needs to be restained. So, and that 15,000 will occur over a couple of years, is what we're imagining. We're going to do it sectionally.
Okay. Utilities,
Yes.
23,500, 522%. Is that eight?
Coming out of COVID, the building hadn't really been open.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is there
hadn't opened.
anything budgeted for the photovoltaic panels in here?
That's no cost to us.
Okay. Is that absolutely no, or is it amortized over time,
Well,
financed by
it's
the?
yes, it's amortized over time in a PPA. It's in a power
Okay.
purchase agreement, but it wouldn't affect an operational budget.
Okay. That's all I have on there.
Okay, and. Nope, then that's central services. Did we catch all his
Yeah.
topics?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Now we're
Okay,
on 142.
we go
Community
back, the
development.
Wayback Machine. Give me a moment to find where we're at. Yeah, no, I'm finding it here.
She's got it.
Yeah, I've got it. I just wanted to get in place before we race through it. Now, do we want to discuss this as he goes through the slides? So that we're
I
not
think so, because
going through his presentation
I'm
and then
re-asking.
coming back?
Yeah, we're re-asking the same
So
question.
perhaps, since we now have a page number and we know what we're talking about,
Yeah,
if you do
Which page number?
143.
142,
Got it.
143.
Yeah, the
Yes.
real, yeah.
Got him.
Okay.
Okay, great. Yeah, feel free to interrupt me as we go. Any questions you have? Again, the presentations aren't totally
Oh,
aligned with the
you know-
information you have.
I'm sorry. I needed to open that segment up to public comment. So are there any members of the public who would like to speak on the Public Works Library Marina Water Sewer section? I see no hands raised. Is anyone online that wanted to comment on that?
No, Madam Mayor, I see no hands raised.
Okay, thank you so much, and I'm sorry to have interrupted you.
You're back in.
All right, thank you. Again, this is the Community Development Department, and again, we regulate or oversee private development on the planning side, the building side. Also, more extensively involved in housing as a sort of a separate issue, both public and private. So we kind of added that to the area covered compared to previous budget years because it does take a little more time and resources than it used to. Next slide, please. So again, I'll start with some of the happy talk of what we accomplished last year. We're very proud of getting our housing element adopted on time. One of the few jurisdictions in San Mateo County that did so. We're also the second city that adopted a housing element last year. So that was something, tribute to my staff and planning staff and their hard work and effort to do that. Next slide, please. And that was in its part recognized by this Excellence in Housing and Planning Award that we received for the efforts we did for online engagement and simulation technology. That was kind of a basis of the housing element. So again, very proud to have that work recognized by my staff last year. Moving on, thing we've been really involved with among the private development projects, besides those which are all ongoing, has been the rollout or the work on developing the e-permitting system, the electronic permitting system. That'll cover enterprise-wide planning, public works, and building. I think it's going to be a real asset to the community, to staff. It'll add a lot of transparency and I think a lot of clarity to applicants as they go through. And again, this was something the council funded last year as a multi-year program. We're making great progress with that, and we think we're going to be able to roll it out this summer. Was our original goal, and we remain on target with that. So, again, moving on now to the budget for next year. Again, you don't have this particular slide, but again, all it does is reflect, I think, sort of the diversity of and the breadth of what we do in terms of we touch a lot of different areas, community engagement, private development, public development, regional coordination, records, et cetera. So kind of, again, to just give a flavor for the breadth of what the department's responsible for. And then moving on to sort of the new items that we're looking at. This probably corresponds to what's shown on, I think, maybe 143. So the new items, one is a housing consultant. And we are using outside staff to assist in implementing various housing programs, to assist us in implementation of the strategic plan, housing strategic plan the council adopted some time ago, also to help implement certain housing element policies. So they act as an extension of city staff. They have specialized expertise on housing that we don't have at our fingertips. So
On this slide, you have negative amounts. I'm assuming you don't mean the items in parentheses are negatives. Because in accounting purposes, that's a negative.
You're correct. That's
Correct.
just to put the amount aside from the description.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So that was one additional cost we'll have this year. That will fall under professional services. So if you try to align where that comes, it comes into the professional services category. The ADU Resource Center is a county-wide consortium, multiple cities. Again, they intend to create a resource center for property owners or homeowners who want to develop ADUs. They'll have a suite of tools, resources, even plans that people can, use pretty much off the shelf for nominal cost. And again, the value, go ahead.
Not to interrupt that, but I do have a question on it. Is that something that we are restricted by law from charging people who plan for an ADU? Don't we have to have smaller fees for ADU to encourage housing or?
No, we can charge certain fees. You can't charge your connection. Some of the sewer connections and some of those kind of connection fees are a little different for an ADU. But in terms of the building permitting fees, and those costs can all be recaptured by the private.
Okay, great, thank you.
Quick question. That resource, when is it fully online?
That's still being formed with the county and all the participants. I think it'll probably come live in late summer, early fall. We haven't even entered the contract yet with the county and who's going to manage it, the consultant they have managing it. But I think it's going to be a real valuable resource for property owners. And there will be a benefit for city staff because a lot of people want to do ADUs tend to be more mom and pop developers. They don't have a lot of expertise. So the ADU center really does serve to provide sort of some hand-holding and ombudsman service to help these people navigate systems, building systems throughout multiple cities that they may not have a lot of experience with.
I would also assume that some ADUs or tiny homes might be not compliant with what our typical, housing requirements are, with whether it's ceiling heights or other things. And so having that kind of resource, both for the staff and for the applicant, would be very helpful.
Yeah,
Exactly.
thanks.
Yeah,
Can I add a footnote? I heard today 1 of every 5 dwellings built in California in the past year was an ADU.
You said 1 in 5?
1 in 5.
Wow.
It's big.
And countywide, certainly some jurisdictions rely very heavily on ADUs to meet their RENA requirements. So again, I think that's going to be a really important program. It does also, we have several housing element policies that spoke to supporting this. So next time we report back to HCD, we'll be able to indicate our compliance with things we said we would do to implement our housing elements.
Good news, thank you.
Then the other items are relatively, I think, minor. The Bluebeam licenses and Bluebeam, that's a tool we need to implement the new e-permitting system. So that's just, licenses for staff to be able to do that. Memberships were in another category previously, but they were kind of buried, so we decided to pull it out for transparency in the budget. And again, that's more of a technical workforce development tool. And these other items, office supplies, again, is some of the ancillary requirements to facilitate the e-permitting system. Granicus that's the extra cost we expect if we do go with them for short-term rental monitoring next year. And then web hosting of electronic building records, we do that currently. And again, that's just reflects another cost increase we expect this year. So with that, I believe that's all I have. Glad to take any other questions.
Any questions on this?
None.
Already
Yes.
answered mine.
Yes.
Yes. John, there's under professional services minus 44%, and it looks like it's 492,000, almost 493,000.
That was the first year, the build out of the electronic permitting system.
Okay.
That was last year's expense, which was significant. The offset will be, the resource center and the housing consultants will be added to that as well, but we're still well below where we were last year.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. And that's the only one you're doing, so I will say that we can open up for public comments. Is there any members of the public in the audience or online that would like to speak on this item?
No, Madam Mayor, I see no hands raised.
Great, thank you.
Thanks, John.
Thank you, John.
And that brings us to the police department, which is going to be page 145. Welcome.
Well, thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council. If we can get the slides, Ingrid. Next slide, please. As you see, there's our mission statement. Our police department overall budget is $7,056,774. And in that budget, we have 20 full-time employees. The areas covered are patrol, investigative services, traffic enforcement, parking enforcement, records management, code enforcement, and our new K-9 program. Next slide, please. And our pie there shows the breakdown of the 3 departments that I have, with patrol services being obviously the largest, 73% of my budget. Next comes administration with 16% and records with 11%. Next slide, Ingrid. So our department highlights. We transitioned to the mobile electronic citations this fiscal year. This allows officers to issue citations in half the time versus actually handwriting them like they used to. And then the citation gets uploaded into our new records management system, which saves time not only for our record staff who had to before manually enter every citation. So it also saves costly human errors. The next one is the revived police canine program that I'm proud to report back on. That program was dormant, as you're aware, for many years, and we have now a new addition to our police department. His name is Canine Ringo, and so he's currently doing very well. He's still in the training phase. He's a 2-year-old Malamute, and there'll be more to come with Ringo and his handler, Officer Valencia. He is actually, just real quick, he is trained in scent tracking and evidence tracking. And
Drugs
the third,
and people.
or for evidence, he's actually any evidence. So at this point, not drugs, but certainly firearms or any other types of evidence. So we're just kind of, there are a lot of other dogs in the county that are drug trained, so we thought doing evidence tracking as well as human tracking would be beneficial at this time. And then we have our Flock ALPR program, the automatic license plate reader program. As you recall, back in July of 2022, Council approved the ALPR program to be implemented as an additional investigative tool for the police department. It has been a game changer in solving crimes and solving cases and reducing crimes. Next slide, Ingrid, please. As you see in this slide, our stolen vehicles have gone down in 1 year, 53%. Our vehicle burglaries have gone down 57%. And our grand theft, which we can refer to as catalytic converters, has gone down 55%.
That deserves a round of applause.
And is that because, sorry to interrupt you, but is that because word's getting out that we have this, or is that because we're just like catching things as they're happening?
It's a little of both. It's a little of both. I mean, since our cameras have been operated, just to give you an idea, it took probably about a good year before they were fully operational, but we were getting between 5 and 10 hits and alerts of stolen vehicles coming through our city on a daily basis. Oh, wow. And so those cars were either chased out of town, and unfortunately, many of them don't stop, so they go out of our jurisdiction, officers and terminate pursuit, or they stop, they get caught, they're arrested, and the cars get recovered. So, I mean, now, a year later, we're getting 1 to 2 a week. So that's that's a testament to this ALPR program.
Word gets out.
Absolutely. Word does get out. And because we're a small community, if they come in a certain location, officers get the alert, they're waiting for that vehicle because they know the description of the vehicle, they know the license plate. So I think the word gets out. Not only that, every city in San Mateo County now has ALPRs. San Francisco is going to be adding ALPRs to their program as well. And Daly City is finishing up their permit processing, so they'll be having theirs all up and running as well. I think the only city currently in San Mateo County is Pacifica, and it's not because they don't want it or hasn't been approved, but they're just trying to find funding for it. So they're looking at some grants to try to see if they can get the ALPRs up and running in their city.
So how has it impacted like recovery of vehicles that have gotten stolen from Brisbane and then turned up in another jurisdiction? And we weren't able to, maybe the owner didn't know they were stolen until the next day to report it, so it wouldn't have triggered the system, right? But
correct.
But
once it does, once it's entered into the system, then it gets triggered. So if that car is seen, they're going to get it, and then whatever city it is, they're going to get an alert, and then that's how they're going to go and recover the vehicle.
So have we had any vehicles that have been stolen from Brisbane that have been recovered from other jurisdictions?
I don't have the statistics on that.
But do you know if
I believe we have had a few of the actual local cars, some of our vans that were stolen in our commercial businesses that were recovered across the bay, like in Oakland.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, when we were having the vans that were being hit with and had their tools stolen out of their work vans. Yes, a lot of their work trucks and the work vans. Yes.
I would love to see a fourth column next year of how it's impacted the dumping in Brisbane, because I know we had some success last week with that one.
Yes,
Interesting.
and I know we're pressed for time, but I do want to at least include two important success stories. And I mean, I can go on with success stories, but, you know, we're limited for time, so I did want to highlight a few. So back in March of 2023, we had a case solved of a commercial burglary at Midtown Market. A burglary occurred at the market during the graveyard shift. After reviewing nearby surveillance footage, including the Midtown Market surveillance footage, it was determined that the suspect vehicle was a four-door Chrysler sedan. Due to the early timing of the crime, a query into our Flock ALPR system narrowed down the vehicle by its model and make, and in turn gave officers a license plate. While officers were working on obtaining an arrest warrant, the vehicle re-entered our city. Officers alerted by Flock stopped the vehicle, leading to an admission of guilt. During the interview with the driver recently released from prison and was successfully prosecuted and went back to jail.
Wow.
And then March of 2024, during graveyard, officers were alerted to a stolen vehicle entering the Marina. They promptly responded, locating the vehicle with occupants who had broken into another parked car at our Brisbane Marina and were rummaging through it when officers arrived. Officers conducted a felony high-risk stop, took the occupants into custody, and found a loaded firearm belonging to the suspects during a search of the stolen vehicle. So those are just two success stories that, I can share many, many more, but I just thought it was important to bring those to light so you would have an idea of how it really has been a game changer to help solving crimes in our community.
That's
Money well
such great
spent.
news.
Money well
That's
spent.
such great
Yes.
news.
And we thank the council for allowing us to implement the program back in July of 2022.
May I ask you a question?
Yes.
So with so many communities going online, which increases the net as such, do you anticipate in the future that it will be more taxing on our police resources? Or is Brisbane more incidental to the major crime thoroughfare as such?
I think we're more incidental to our main crime thoroughfare.
Okay.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
And in doing so, since we're talking about our ALPRs, through our investigative process of going through and looking during, incidents that have occurred in our community, we did identify 3 locations where additional cameras are needed to cover those blind spots. And so that is going to be one of my requests in my budget.
That's good.
And then we'll go on to the next slide. So this, I'm just going to go through these next few slides. These slides are the breakdown of our programs. And as you'll see, just going to highlight on the largest program, which is 13% department management. And that covers and involves the management of the internal operations, equipment, and supplies of the department. Go into the next slide. Under records, the largest program there is professional services at 41%. And those include all our contractual county and private support services that aid the police department, such as dispatch services, records management system, our county contracts for warrants, IT, and several others. Next slide, please. And then under the police department, let's see, the largest program is the patrol services, that 39%. And again, that includes the day-to-day function of patrol, such as patrolling and enforcing the laws. Next slide, Ingrid, please. So the last part of the presentation are the police department budget requests. And under administration again, and I think Carolina did touch on that, most of these increases that you're going to see are not new item requests, but actual costs that have increased throughout the years as we kind of come to par, and we adjusted them in order to align with our current budget line items. And so you'll see memberships for administration, we increased by 1,407. Mandated annual trainings for the commander and myself increased by 1,120. Server upgrade, that is a new item, and that's a server upgrade. We need to replace a server for our current historical, both body and car cam, because we switched over, as you recall, last year to a one-platform system that includes the body camera as well as the car camera. So we released our old system, but we do have to keep it for retention purposes and our retention policy for 7 years. So in doing so, we have to make sure we preserve that old video. And so that server is a one-time fee. And then under records, digital communication services, and you'll see under the digital communication services, that's going to increase by $19,950. And those are AT&T internet lines, things that have increased, utility telephone for all of our city phone lines, work lines, excuse me, and then SIM cards for the police car laptops. So all of those services have increased. So they're not new items, but just increase in costs. And then we have, of course, $150 for our shredding of our police records. Another big item is the professional services contract of $37,641, and those include dispatch services, like I think I went over earlier, dispatch services, county warrant services, records management, and the police IT contracts. And then additional training for our record staff. There's new mandates, new law mandates that our record staff have to be trained on, including PRA. Next, Ingrid. And then we end with patrol. Some of the items there that have gone up is the uniform cleaning, which is $425, equipment maintenance. Under equipment maintenance, we did include, that's $23,700, and that's just the cost in gasoline prices. The cars are being driven 24/7, gas has gone up, vehicle maintenance, repair has gone up, and our car wash. We have a system where they come out and wash our cars here at the station instead of having to actually go take them down to car washes, keep them clean and looking professional. And then we have membership dues have gone up for a patrol. We've included corporals now, so that's been an increase. Crime prevention community outreach material, we now do National Night Out. We attend, now that it's post-COVID, we're starting to get back to doing more community events, so handing out of educational material, so that has increased. The new item is the health and wellness counseling for PD personnel, and that's $2,000, and it's called Better Help, and it's an application where officers receive 24/7 counseling resources for any traumatic incident that they may encounter. And it's been used by some of our officers, and they really speak very highly about of the program. Many cities in the county are going to the same process only because we realize wellness is very important to keep our officers and all of our staff safe. Reoccurring investigative subscriptions, those are just reoccurring subscriptions to some of our other investigative tools that we use that are subscription-based, app-based. And then, of course, you see the Flock ALPR 3 additional cameras, which is $7,500. Our Turbo Data electronic citation processing is what we talked earlier about, the e-citations, electronic citations, and lease equipment, that has gone up. It's not a new item, but it's just gone up. And then the new program is our K-9 program. And we talked about K-9 Ringo. And the 13.7 includes, I believe, $3,500 for veterinarian costs, about $3,000 for supplies, food and supplies for Ringo. And then I believe it was $7,500 for his training that he's still going and attending. And those are all my items for my budget. I'll open up for council questions.
Great. Council questions.
I don't have a question, but I don't think we can go through a budget and mention flock cameras without attributing that to Commander Garcia sitting in the back of the room, because he was the one that did the research, and Chief Macias, who brought it to our attention. And thank you very much. It's really effective, and we were one of the earlier adopters. Thank you.
Any other questions?
I don't have any questions for the budget, Chief, but I was curious just to know where we are with enrollment of our police officers. Are we at full strength, or are we still looking for officers?
Out of our 16 staff, we are down currently we have one vacant police officer position. And possibly a second in line, I'm not really sure, but currently just one vacant position. So we're at 15 sworn.
Okay, all right. We have someone perhaps filling that spot.
We have an open enrollment, so when we get applicants that apply, we pretty quickly try to do oral board to go through the process in order to try to, streamline the interviews so we can get them, if it's a viable applicant, get them in the background process.
All right,
But we're struggling.
I
With
know,
every
it's
other
tough to
city in
compete.
San Mateo County I just came back from a California Police Chiefs Association meeting, or a California Police Chiefs annual conference, and, to hear the struggles that every city is having and just filling those vacant positions. We just don't have the viable applicants out there and any applicants that are interested. I mean, back years ago, you'd open it up and you'd get maybe, 20, 30 applicants. Now, we can go weeks without even an applicant applying.
Are you only considering academy graduates or?
We're considering both laterals as well as entry level. So we're willing to put somebody, if it's a viable applicant and it would be a good fit to our organization, we would be willing to put them through a 6-month academy. Actually, our motor officer, Chad Miller, we actually put him through the 6-month academy, and he's amazing.
And is that budgeted in your budget in case we would do that? Or is that something you would come back to the council for that training?
It's part of, it would come out of my budget, correct, Carolina? For the academy?
Okay.
I think it would just come out of our.
So I do have a question. In previous budgets, we've shown salaries and benefits and then overtime. And I don't show that showing in this budget format that we're using now. Is that something we should be concerned with them being down one staff member? And, is that something that we've decided not to show our base salaries versus our overtime?
Just to clarify, I apologize, we didn't bring that to your attention earlier. For PD and fire, in previous year, overtime was shown in the supply and services area, where in this year with the new labor costing, we were able to put it up in the salary and benefits line. So it is in the budget.
So we really don't see the net cost of being down officers due to overtime in the budget? Because it's all
It's all together. Yes, it is one line item, but it's in the salary and benefits line.
And do we know what kind of percentage our salary and benefits is of overtime?
I could tell you
Or
what
is
the
that
total.
something you can bring back to us?
Yeah, because we know what the total amount is, and then we could, obviously give you a percentage. Sure.
Yeah, that would be good to know where we're at with that, because I think that's important to know how salary and benefits are increasing, or, it's not just necessarily the cost increase of the officer's time, it's the overtime that's costing more in a percentage of the budget. So it'd be helpful for me.
Okay. As far as the dollar amount, it did stay flat from previous year of what we're allotting for overtime, but it increased slightly because now with the costing, we can track that that's actually taxed. So,
But I don't have that number isn't on
Okay.
here for the overtime from last year, so.
Okay.
It's just something that I think is good to see in especially in police and fire, because we have to have coverage.
Madam Mayor?
Noted.
I actually would like to see overtime in all the departments as a item separate from salaries in the future. I think it's helpful to know how we're utilizing employees and their time.
We do have overtime lines all in salary and benefits for the other departments as well. The reason we put it up there is because it's affected by other salary and benefit components, is why we have it built there. But noted, and we can reconsider.
And I would just clarify, for some departments, they have to work overtime. It's just events are in off hours, I get that. But just in general, to at least have the means to look at it and ask those questions.
Are there any other questions from council?
Just a thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I will open it up to public comments. Are there any members of the public who'd like to speak on the police budget presentation?
Madam Mayor, I saw a hand raised from Jason Noonan, and then I also have a hand raised from Diana S. So Jason?
Hey, how are you, Chief? Thank you for the presentation, and thank you for the fine work you're doing and knowing about the feedback from the new camera system and how that's working out. So this is a budgetary question. It is so not personal. It has nothing to do with the job that anyone's doing. I'm sure everyone's doing a great job. Could you comment on the number of full-time patrol employees, the full-time employees, and the head count for that? Because it seems to me, I'd read a couple years ago, Brisbane was a little bit high per capita with the amount of officers per our small community here. If we add a dog, and that's great, people seem to want a canine, but the numbers that I saw flash by for a canine were rather large. I saw one $189,000 one go by. I don't know if I'm reading that correctly, it went by very quickly. But if we're adding a canine, does in a time of declining revenues and increasing costs, we should, I think, look at that full-time employee number to see if we're being prudent here. Because adding a canine is essentially, it might, if the numbers I saw are correct, it might be more expensive than adding an officer. So could you comment on where we stand year over year with the full-time employee count? And if it makes sense to go ahead and fill that empty slot, or if we should leave that empty?
Thank you, Jason, for calling in. We are budgeted for 16 sworn, and so we currently have 15. And that includes, the breakdown is the command staff, which is the commander and myself. And so that's out of the 16. So 14 patrol officers, and right now we have 13. And you talk about, there's 4 shifts. So there's 2 on 2 different shifts, but there's, our minimum staffing is 2. But we generally have 2 plus 1 if we are at full staffing. So that would be 12 officers, and then we have investigations, would be a detective and a school resource officer, and then the administration, which is myself and the commander. We currently do not have, because we have been short-staffed, and we've been down at times 3 to 4 officers, and as we get to our levels, we end up losing officers, so we're back down. We don't staff our investigation division, so our officers are doing their own investigations, which is timely, and we don't currently have a school resource officer as well. So those are our staffing levels. Those have been our staffing levels for a long time. If you think about a call for service, if we're at minimum staffing of 2 officers. The third officer is, if we're at full staffing, is a plus, because you talk about training, vacations, illnesses. And so you're always going to be at a minimum staffing of 2. Responding to a call for service is generally 2 officers. If you're at taking a major incident call, both of your officers are at the scene, and so you're already tied up. So that's the minimum staffing, is 2 officers. So we're down to 13 sworn officers. We do have a community service officer. We have a code enforcement officer, and the other 2 staff is our records clerk and our administrative assistant that is the administrative assistant not only for patrol but for the administration.
Super thoughtful answer. Thank you, Chief, for everything you do.
Thank you, Jace. Jason, just real clearly, the number you mentioned about the canine, about 189, the canine program itself is $13,500 for the dog.
Oh, that's a deal. All right, good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And you said we had one more member of the
Diane.
public online?
Diana S., go ahead.
Thank you, Chief Macias. I would just like to thank you for the extra work on traffic patrol throughout the city. I've noticed a very increased step up. I hear the sirens and I'm like, yes, they're going after them. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. And also just everything you've done. I mean, I think you're doing a great job, and I thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Diana.
Great, thank you. Do we have any other questions for Chief Macias? No. Thank you so much
Thank
for
you.
your presentation.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
That brings us to the fire department.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Madam Pro Tem.
You can pull
Members.
that up
A
so
little
you
bit,
don't
yeah.
have to lean over quite so far.
This is like, page 150 for your reference.
Thank you.
Yes.
Nice, came prepared.
You have to go on the wall, you start learning the trends, so. Go next slide. I'm sorry, I'm Joel Abelson. I'm a deputy fire chief with the North County Fire Authority in charge of our Administrative Services Bureau. So you can see there what kind of our mission statement. our budget is, and currently have 16 full-time people signed in Brisbane. But I want to put that in context, because we actually have over 100 uniformed personnel, 6 support staff that touch Brisbane in some way. So really, North County is your full fire department. So even though 16 are assigned to Brisbane. So, anyway, next slide. So we wanted to highlight some of our wildfire preparations. You guys obviously passed some different measures to municipal code to help harden those structures. So that's a lot we did. But part of that is our annual vegetation inspection reduction management program, where fire inspectors go out, those uniformed personnel I talked about, and inspect those properties and make sure they're to code. And from what I understand, we have a fairly good compliance here in Brisbane. That also includes the fire break, where we do annual treatment and maintenance for the community to help in case there actually is a large fire, to protect those homes. A while back, we purchased an off-road vehicle. We call it a Type 6 engine. And what's good about that engine is it actually can get out there to those far-reaching areas and get to the fire quick before it grows. So that's critical, that we get there, then we don't need a lot of resources. We can put it out, and we're good to go. We do, though, however, have an agreement, a mutual threat zone agreement with CAL FIRE, where basically we can have access to all the airplanes, the bulldozers, you name it, to come help if we do have those wildfires, including, and that also includes our normal automatic aid agreements. We obviously do our annual community wildfire event, Ready, Set, Go, et cetera, which is our kind of our public information and community outreach, especially around the areas of like Zone Haven, SMC Alert. We do a lot of information over Twitter. We put a tweet out every day about some type of preventive material, including our updates on any incidents we do. We have a fire attack plan. That's our deployment throughout the county, that if something happens, depending on the temperatures and things like that, it increases or goes down, that these resources come quick and they come closest resource, regardless of what city it's from. And we also have the established evacuation, the established evacuation plan and a unified command where basically North County Fire Authority chief officers and Brisbane Police get together in one command system, and we come with a plan with how we're going to evacuate people, especially we rely on those officers a lot and other people too, if we're going to ever have to evacuate an area. So we work together. Here we have our program breakdown. It's kind of tough in the fire department to do this breakdown, so we did our best here just because, we're here, especially the folks that are assigned to Brisbane, to respond to emergencies. Obviously, emergencies aren't going on all the time, but they have to be here. And so in the meantime, they're doing all kinds of other stuff, but it's hard to break it down on a dollar perspective, but we did our best here to kind of give you some idea of what they're doing. So I don't know if there's any questions on this particular slide or not. If not, okay. All right, so some new items here are increases. One is our data management system. So we were using a program that was, I would call, the low-cost alternative. And they basically told us that we're no longer, they were purchased by a bigger company, and that product is no longer available. So guess what? We had to go to a more expensive product. But the good news is, I'm excited about the new program we're going into, because it's going to make us much more efficient. So the value added, even though we're looking about $5,000, almost $6,000 increase, the value added is tremendous. We're going to be able, with our payroll systems, our prevention work, when they go out to the inspections, they do it right on a tablet. It gets emailed to the business owner. It's real quick. It then goes to our administration, where then, right now it's paper. So these types of things, amongst all of our programs, I'm excited about. So, that's that increased. Next one, technical support and station alerting. This is an ongoing contract where basically they monitor our station's alerting system. And so it's about a $5,300 increase. Next one is North County JPA. This has already been agreed to by the JPA board. The number's a little confusing here, is the increase, because it's actually been going up over the last few years, but it wasn't documented properly. So this is actually not this year's increase, but this is over the period of 3 years. So it's a little bit higher than it might normally be. And lastly was the fire department equipment. So we put aside money every year because we know we're gonna have big purchases. Turnout coats, radios, these things are very expensive things. We don't wanna have to try to fund it in 1 year. So we just purchased, and I'll talk about this in a second, new radios, new handheld radios, and we purchased new turnouts. So those will be good for a while. But we have to look forward to the next 10 years when we have to repurchase these things. So we want, because the cost increases, we want to increase it by 10,000. So, next slide. Okay.
Are there any questions?
I'm sorry.
Oh.
One other I wanted to,
Oh,
sorry. I thought I had a slide, but let's go through it.
okay.
One other I want to point out, if you look at our special department expense, there's a big change there. It went down 350. That's because of that one-time purchase of the radios and the turnouts. So I think that was, yeah, I think that was the only other big change I didn't talk about. And I'll take any questions.
Okay, are there any questions for,
I have none.
nope,
Yeah, I do have one question, Terry.
sure.
And that, so, thank you, Chief, for being here.
You're welcome. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, so, just looking at the new items, so some of the items are for our station, I'm assuming, and then some are for just the overall JPA.
Yeah, so for example, the data management system is a $50,000 cost to us. That's your allocation, is not through the JPA allocation, but yeah, so we attribute that portion based on our cost mechanism to Brisbane. But yeah, so yeah, I mean, Brisbane wouldn't be able to, if Brisbane were to buy this system on its own, it wouldn't be 50,000, but it wouldn't be anywhere close to 5,000. So
Got it. So, like, typically what, because Brisbane's small, Daly City is the big,
Yeah.
well, I guess there's the second largest city in the county.
Yeah.
And then Pacifica is, decent sized city.
Sure.
So, like, how do you work that out between those types of things?
So we have when it's not, so if something were purchased specifically for, let's just say a hammer, if I can identify Brisbane, then Brisbane goes into Brisbane's budget. In this case, this is a good example, is this program we purchased. We can't really allocate it. So we have a fixed allocation portion, so Daly City pays a bulk of that cost.
Which makes sense.
Brisbane, off the top of my head, I can't remember the percentages, but there's a set percentage. We can give that to you if you want, so that Brisbane just pays that portion.
All right.
So I want to say it's like 12% or something like that.
So that's part of the JPA agreement.
Yes, I believe so.
Okay,
Yeah,
thanks.
you're welcome.
Yeah.
Just maybe a clarification, and Carolina, I'll need you in on this one. The technical support, you had indicated $5,320, and on the budget requests that we have, it shows $1,000.
So they were, it's actually two components to that, I believe, or, oh no, I'm not sure
For
what that number is.
communications technical support.
There could have been a combination that we were trying to limit the lines of things that were similar. So I have a reduction of tech services. I'm sorry, 1720 for tech services I have.
Yeah, I believe, I thought we combined technical support and station alert into one,
Yeah, that's,
so that comes with the 53. Oh, that's, yeah, 5320, is that the?
right, a station alert. It
Yeah,
has a
those-
component of
650, sorry.
26, yeah.
Yeah, so what's that? Yeah, so so it's a $5,650 increase on data management system plus the $1,000 technical support plus the 4320 on the station learning. Equals that
Okay,
10,970 number.
okay, got it.
Yeah,
Thank
sorry.
you very much.
Yeah, no
That's all
problem.
right, that's helpful.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
No.
No. Okay, I'm going to open it up to public comments. Are there any members of the public who'd like to make a comment on this item? And we don't have any hands online.
I see no hands raised, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Before we move on, we are going to take a 10-minute break. We've been at it for about 3.5 hours. So we're going to take a 10-minute break, and we'll welcome back the public and the rest of staff when we come back.
8, 7. Two and 1.
Welcome back to the special budget meeting, and we will continue with our agenda and review the park and recreation and co-sponsorships portion of our budget.
All right, great. And as mentioned, it's page 169 through 176. All right, good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the council. My name is Nicole Houghton, and I'm a recreation supervisor with the city. I'm standing in for Noreen, who apologizes that she can't be here tonight because she's attending her son's graduation festivities. I will first walk you through the budget for Parks and Recreation, followed by co-sponsorships, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have. Next slide. Okay, perfect. So the department's, oh, sorry, if you could go back to that, Ingrid, thank you, that last line. The department's mission statement is provided here alongside some high-level information pertaining to the budget. Our department operations includes 7 full-time staff and approximately 50 part-time employees. Next slide, please. So here you'll see a breakdown of the distribution of the department's $3.4 million budget and how it's allocated across various program areas. Our core service programs encompass the most significant outlay of our greatest resource, which is our employees. So you'll see that's youth, admin and staff, and then the pool. Next slide, please. So some of our department highlights are listed here. We completed the playground resurfacing project at the community park, and the feedback from the community has been overwhelmingly positive. The majority of this project was funded by California's Prop 68 grant with a 20% match from the city. Later in my presentation, you'll notice an allocation in the facilities budget for a top coat sealant, which will help protect and preserve this investment in the future. I'm pleased to share that with Councilmember Cunningham's assistance, we were recently designated as an age-friendly city by the World Health Organization and AARP. We are continuing to work with the task force and the Center for Age-Friendly Excellence on an action plan that will come before you at a later time. We were also able to help secure a grant to support that effort, which means that to date, there has been no additional cost to the city. Last year, we wrapped up the Park Development Impact Fee Study, which examined parks, open space, trails, and recreation facilities. We recently kicked off the Public Art Master Planning process as well. So the Public Art Advisory Committee, along with staff, are engaging the community in the conversation and working towards a long-term plan to develop, administer, and maintain a dynamic public art program in the city. And finally, we want to thank you, the council, for your ongoing support of Parks and Recreation programs and services for the community. All of our programs are thriving and growing consistently, exceeding pre-pandemic participation numbers. Our after-school program is the largest it's ever been. The city's senior club has grown steadily. Our new middle school track cross-country teams had 40 participants this spring. And as you saw recently, our Youth Advisory Committee is contributing to the community in more ways than we can count. Our team is dedicated and proud to serve this community. Next slide, please. So moving into our budget, and as stated, that was page 169. The first is administration. The administration budget primarily accounts for employee-related expenses and general departmental operations, as well as support for the council and Parks and Rec Commission and Public Art Advisory Committee. If there are any questions on this page, otherwise I will continue.
On 169?
Yes.
Any questions? Okay.
Great, next slide. Parks and recreation facilities. The facilities budget accounts for all indoor and outdoor facility related expenses to maintain and operate the recreational facilities you see listed here, including the cost of utilities, custodial services, maintenance, equipment, and supplies. We work closely with the Public Works team to maintain all of our facilities. So if you have any questions about that next page, recreation facilities.
Any questions?
Nope.
No. Okay.
All right, moving along to our Parks and Recreation Youth budget. It encapsulates some of the department's largest program areas, including preschool, after-school programs, seasonal camps, enrichment classes. The community demand for these programs is evidenced by enrollment numbers. Our after-school program serves more than 100 kids daily, and our summer camps are currently full with waitlists that we are actively working to fill into our program. If there are any questions to that budget?
No.
You know, I do have a quick question.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so you, like the after-school, preschool, the seasonal camps, so there's a fee for participation, right? So there's cost recovery. And I'm just kind of curious, like, what percentage of cost recovery do we usually receive for these?
Yeah,
types
for
of
our
items?
programs, it generally sits historically about 25 to 30% cost recovery. And I do want to speak to that point. Earlier this year, our department's leadership team attended a financial sustainability training, and it was designed to empower organizations to use data and information to make informed decisions, practice financial discipline, and acknowledge the responsibility that we have as stewards of public funds. So if there is a desire on the council's part, our team is prepared to work through the various steps to develop a financial sustainability strategy, the cost of service analysis, and pricing strategies. And with that, also, our Park and Rec Commission also reviewed the fees for the most recent master fee schedule, and there are some increases that will be coming, and we'll speak to that when the time comes, but to look towards some more cost recovery efforts.
Great, great. I'm glad that you're thinking about that and coming up with potential strategies to address it. Thanks.
I have a question.
Absolutely.
So relative to our childcare, and we're only getting 25% recovery at this point, have you discussed, or has Park and Rec discussed with the Park and Rec Commission maybe doing tiered funding for the community members? I mean, I would hate to think that, you know, we need to raise rates that are going to exclude people. But on the other hand, I've heard many, many people in the community say they can afford more, and it's so cheap having our kids in these programs. Have we thought about that at all, that we could do a tiered program?
A tiered program has been discussed. What they're exploring for the newest master fee schedule proposal is a 10% increase for residents with a 25% increase for non-residents, with the exception of preschool, which would just be increased by $1 an hour. And then to that same point, if there is a family that is not able to afford our care, we do have a fee waiver program, and there is information that they would just fill out a simple form, not requiring any additional documents. But if there is a need for support, we do have that program available.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking more along the lines of income-based tiers. So, you know, nobody would have to know someone's getting a complete waiver. I think, you know, what are we, kids, $1 something an hour for the after-school programs is about as cheap as it gets. And you know, other people want more and more and more, and they can pay. So I would love for us at some point to really get a good dig down on that one.
Do you run into the, I mean, I guess it would have to be on the honor system, because I think to ask people for financial proof gets,
I don't know
and
how
it
it
just
would work.
becomes
I
like
get it.
probably pretty, you don't want to, I don't know if we would want to get into, but that's probably a conversation for a later day.
And that's what we don't currently track. It is on the honor system, as you said.
Was like with our assistance with the water and sewer billings, we do it if someone's on the PG&E care system, then they're qualified in all of our fee reduction systems. So that we're not holding on to their financial data, and that's,
Yes.
you know, one of the big things with PG&E and their rate increase with that they're going to need to be requiring some financial data for people, and
That's going to be interesting.
so that's been postponed because they don't want to be the holder honors of
Yeah, then they get hacked, and then
Yeah.
that information
Forget it.
goes somewhere
Same with
else.
us.
Did you have a question in this section?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I was just going to ask you, when you say 25 to 30% cost recovery, I know from years ago, past budget meetings, there was a problem where some people just were never current on payments. Is your cost recovery based upon everyone being current, that that's all that would be anticipated to be paid? Or are there people who are just not keeping up with payments?
That's a great question, and I personally can't speak to that today, but if that is something of interest, I'm happy to bring that back to the team and provide that follow-up to you.
Because I don't know, maybe Carolina can speak to it. I mean, do we then resort to in-house collections to try to get people current? Do we just forgive those fees? That would be something, and I don't expect you to answer it now, but that would be something where Councilmember Cunningham's suggestion, I think, is really good, that if it's possible to consider any tiered program,
And
it might solve that problem.
And I'm gonna go back a page if I can to the Park and Rec admin section,
Which page you on?
169.
Oh, that's 2 pages.
On the professional services at 21,000, I know there's no increase, but what does that include?
For that particular line item, it is for our online registration fees. So we utilize ActiveNet for our registration collection, and that is our online registration,
Okay,
Which is which?
the 21,646.
professional services. And then travel and training,
I don't know.
We're a part of California Park and Rec Society. I'm actually currently the president for District 4, which is San Francisco, San Mateo, and Santa Clara counties. And actually previously Noreen was our president 2 years ago. So just to keep current on information, they have annual conferences as well as the National Recreation and Parks Association is another conference opportunity. And they have catalogs and such that not only our full-time staff can have access to, but also our commissioners.
Is that where you heard about the financial sustainability strategy?
Correct, yes.
and so that's in actual conference attendance?
The travel and training amounts, that's incorporated in the cost among, like, if there's lodging included or the daily amount for food is included in that cost.
And typically, how many, you go to a couple conferences a year? With how many staff?
For the large conferences like that, I want to say this last year, we had 4 of our full-time staff that went, and then now 2 full-time staff are hoping to go next year.
But the amount's staying the same?
Correct. I can defer to Noreen, or I can get back to you on that. I don't have that specific answer for you today.
And then on page 170, the,
Facilities?
actually, it wasn't on facilities, it was on
Under
page
youth.
171, youth.
Okay.
Contributions.
Yes. So the contributions that we have listed there, give me one moment for that. That is with the partnership, the JPA that we have with the school district. So under the youth section, we help contribute to the costs for running their after-school homework program. And then later on, you'll see under the teen section, there's another allocation and contribution that goes for their Club Lipman program.
Yep.
And the professional services there is when you hire instructors?
Correct. So for the youth program, we've had an increased enrollment for specifically classes like our youth art and Tahitian. And so with that increased enrollment then means increased payout to our contractors.
Okay, and our special department expenses?
That is another slight increase for items like Parents' Night Out, which is what we run at the BES school. And we've had higher enrollment, so again, higher supplies, supplies for camps with higher enrollment. And then same with our youth sports, as was mentioned, we had that new track and cross country with 40 kids, which then requires additional supplies needed.
So so special department expenses are your supplies for programs?
Yes. And then there's also another allocation for like small tools and supplies, which, forgive me, I don't have that specific breakdown of what that 2,000 allotment is, but that special department expense. I don't know if Carolina, you're able to speak to the 2,000.
Are we talking the small tools and supplies I'm showing?
I'm sorry, can't understand.
Supplies are just miscellaneous tools and supplies included for preschool and youth programs such as wrenches, screwdrivers, hoses, ladders, miscellaneous tools for 2,000.
Okay, thank you.
Tape. Duct tape.
That tape,
Yeah.
tie them up, that's the way.
Okay, we need a lot.
Sorry, I didn't mean that. Okay, please continue.
Excellent. So moving right along to the adult program. So adult is mostly contracted classes such as our collective camp, our Tahitian dance, and then we have our adult sports right now, which includes facilitation of our softball leagues and drop-in sports like pickleball, which is a hot commodity here in town and all over the place. So if you have any questions to that page, I'm happy to speak to it.
Okay, and a question for Carolina. Will we see, and I know that there's like a 25% cost recovery, but will we see what these programs really are, what's going to be in each of these programs for adults, teens, youths, and what kind of recovery comes from that, or is that not going to be until we look at the master fee schedule?
That's going to be part of the master fee study when they start looking at each component and the costs related to those programs and then the revenue that comes in based off of the actual rate. And then part of the study will be making determinations.
Okay, okay, thank you. Any other questions?
No.
On adult?
No.
Moving along to our seniors, our senior budget encompasses the daily operation of the Sunrise Room, ongoing contract classes like art and agile aging, weekly senior meals, and the city-run senior club, which is now open to all and has a record 50 members or 50 participants. Seniors have also been enjoying more intergenerational programming, such as the weekly tech support provided by the Youth Advisory Committee. And some additional notes to also mention that under that line item that says Senior Sunrise Room, that includes our staff that is on site. We need to have someone that's there with our aging population at all times. So we have a staff member that is dedicated to the Sunrise Room and includes the bingo prizes, snacks, and furniture as needed.
Any questions on that?
No. I have one. Could you tell us just what is in the special department expense?
And why it went down the 5,000. We had it go down because we're looking to get the blinds for the Sunrise Room, and we are in the process now of updating those, which is the fees that we had allocated for that, which we will not need moving forward. We also deducted from a one-time expense for some printer and supplies that associated with that. But with regards to the other special department expense, as mentioned, the lunches that occur weekly at the community center, as well as we've been having our seniors going out on field trips that they are registering for as well. So those are some of the items that come out of special department expense.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Any other questions? Oh, okay, special events. So special events, the special events budget affords us the ability to coordinate annual events such as the Day in the Park, summer concert series coming right up, that bring residents together and support the council's goal of building community. And as I mentioned, we'll speak more to co-sponsorship events momentarily. And there's just a brief adjustment here just for increase in supplies for habitat restoration events, and then just the cost of the awards for our lovely volunteer of the year has increased. So that is the minor adjustment that you'll see there.
And the Day in the Park, what do we budget for? Do we have a breakdown on those expenses?
Right in front of me, I do not, but I don't know.
I do.
Something Carolina
Yeah.
could support.
Day in the park is budgeted at approximately 26,000.
And that's expenses and salaries?
No, that's just the expense component of the
Okay,
event.
and the concerts?
Correct.
And then with regards to the concert series, we do, we had mentioned that, or we had brought to your attention the fundraising plan for our Concerts in the Park series. So we try and supplement the cost for that with our sponsorship program.
I will say when I was on Park and Rec 2014, 2013, that's like about what we spent to do Day in the Park that many years ago.
We had the same budget.
Yeah.
We've actually downsized.
But not including salaries?
Not including salaries, but like that would be like for the rentals. You know, we used to have like inflatable things. We used to have the rock wall, all the tents. That's like what those, you know.
Yeah, sometimes we would close down the road and expand
Yeah,
the
so
park.
about-
expand the event.
From what I recall, we spent about that much at that time. There was kind of an enhanced Day in the Park around that time too, because it was 30th anniversary or 25th anniversary or something. We did a little bit more. That's when we had that big zip line. So I could be remembering that year's budget, but to think about, you know, over about, I just think it's been 10 years. That's about what we spent back then. So just for a frame of reference on that.
Thank you for that.
Okay.
Moving along to our teens. And our teens budget supports the Youth Advisory Committee and facilitation of programs specific to that demographic. This budget also includes that $50,000 contribution to the school district for the operation of Club Blipman after-school program. And specifically, that's one half the direct cost of their staff member to run that program. And they have a multitude of programs that they offer to the Lippman community. Any other questions to the teen budget?
I do.
Yes.
The 23-24 budget for salaries and benefits, 29,000, 24-25 requested 44,000. Can you tell me what we're doing here?
The shifting of stuff.
Your mic's not on.
Sorry, there was a redistribution of resources amongst the various departments, so you may see an increase in one and offset in another.
Got it.
Moving to aquatics. Okay. So the aquatics budget accounts for year-round operation of the pool and establishment of opportunities for residents of all ages. Programs include lap and recreational swim, instructional lessons, water aerobics, swim team, the junior guard lifeguarding program, and more. We are gearing up for our busiest season at the pool, and we look forward to a great summer. And for reference, last summer we had 754 enrollments in our swim lesson program.
Wow.
If there are any questions I can speak to, I know my colleagues had mentioned the increase of utilities, which is increase by PG&E, and similar to what my colleagues had said, it's just getting up to the actuals of what those fees really are.
And the professional services increase?
Professional services increase as we work with Carrier, and then also, let me see here. Oh, let me just make sure. Professional services. Oh, sorry. Previously, our adult private lessons were not captured within this cost, so now they are included. There's been an increase for HVAC maintenance cost, increase for custodial, as my other colleagues have mentioned, and then potentially looking into pressure washing the roof and pool deck, and that is something that if the council doesn't deem that as something that should occur at this time, it's just for the 20-plus year maintenance and beautification of the pool, something to consider.
And what kind of cost is that?
I believe it is called out.
I saw it somewhere.
Yeah, it's on this next slide that I'm going to speak to, which is $4,000 total.
Oh, okay, sorry.
I haven't gotten there yet, so
Okay.
thank you. Any other questions about aquatics?
No.
Great. So with that, Park and Recreation, new and increased items. So as we've spoken, facilities, that playground surfacing top coat for $8,000, which I do want to call out is one that the installer of the new playground surface recommends a top coat sealant every 18 months to protect the city's investment. So this would be recommended in the budget every other year. We were intentionally conservative with the new budget requests, and the majority of these increases to our budget are either personnel related or reflect current actual operational expenses. Staff is requesting a small amount to support the new youth sports program, including track and pickleball. And then, as was mentioned in aquatics, we saw that increase in PG&E utilities, as well as custodial services. And I said the Public Works team is working on a boiler conversion project for the pool, which should reduce utility expenses in the future years.
Question, Madam Mayor? The new sports programs, staff to run those programs, are those included in the existing salaries?
The staff that run them, yes.
Okay,
And so oftentimes we use volunteers as well, volunteer families.
okay, thank you.
Next page.
So, summer camp T-shirts, an additional $1,000.
Cost of materials as well as the demand and amount of people that we're able to accommodate.
So is that every kid who attends camp throughout the season gets one shirt, or?
They usually get about 2 shirts because just with washing and drying their T-shirts every day, so we give them at least 2.
Okay.
Yeah.
And we don't put that into the cost of stuff. Okay, thank you.
And then the next slide would be going into our co-sponsorship part of the budget.
What page is that on in our big packet
So
here?
I don't have that in front of me, so I don't know, Carolina, if you do, I don't have that
I didn't see
document.
that.
What's that?
Co-sponsorships.
The sponsorships.
I didn't see that at all, actually.
133?
Oh, okay. Back in time.
So the final item for you this evening is the city's co-sponsorship budget, which supports local nonprofit groups with their operations, fundraising efforts, and events. And with that, our department staff worked alongside local nonprofit organizations and community partners to co-sponsor 28 events this year. So in addition to the other items that we've spoken to, that includes Artist Evening of Sharing, Brisbane Dance Workshop, Brisbane Village Helping Hands, San Bruno Mountain Watch, Mothers of Brisbane, Silver Spot, and the Lions Club are all either events or groups that we collaborate with. And
Brisbane Chamber.
And the chamber, of course, I was getting there now. Thanks for adding that in. And we included an increase of 1,000 here just to account for increased cost for vendors. And otherwise, there are no significant changes to this budget.
And does this include the salaries, the police, and doesn't include the police and fire time or any of those incidental additional public works and cleaning and staffing? Because there's no
It does
no
not.
salaries on this, so
It does not.
when we're doing a co-sponsorship, this is just for money, we're professional services and special department expenses, but not for any of the staff time or labor time. So do we know what our co-sponsors really cost us?
We could pull in that information after the events to once determine who's assigned. But the costs that are budgeted are just the cost
The hard
external.
costs.
Yeah.
When we get the staff report, though, it usually does, like, staff does
Fiscal
say
impact.
how much the rental, this is like the rental fee, right? But usually in the packet, it'll say like how much staff time at what rate.
There's like
Putting
an
up the
expected
risers or
cost that
whatever.
they could apply to like the various events, but
But
that's not in here.
but with this, we really don't know what we're spending in co-sponsorships with this report.
Not the way it's reported here.
You know, I would like to know more information on that too. I think it's some of the costs that are not mentioned here that are actually much bigger than this.
A lot bigger than this.
Yes.
This is real underreporting.
Yeah, it's easy enough to do. You go through the staff reports and add them up we'll do that for you.
And I think from my information, I think it'd be good to have a breakdown on what places what organizations were benefiting in some sort of data.
Sure. I mean, again, you see those all, you see all of those anyway?
No, I know we see
Yeah,
them
but we can
over
put
the
together
course
a
of a year,
comprehensive
and we just
report.
keep saying, yeah, but we don't, when
I
we're
understand.
looking at a budget with,
I will say that a lot of times in the staff report, we'll have projected staff time that we don't end up actually having to use.
Yeah.
Or that we have, officers on duty, we don't have to call anybody back for overtime or things of that
you're
nature.
fading out.
I'm sorry. A lot of times there's staff time in the staff reports for specific events that we end up not having to use because we'll have officers on duty or we'll have, it just didn't have evidence. So what you usually see in the staff report is kind of the worst case scenario in terms of impact.
I understand that, but we have to have, attendance on duty and, there's
Yeah.
a lot of other things that go into it,
Yeah,
so.
there will always be attendance on duties, especially when it's buildings, because we have to open and close the buildings and secure them. So that is a cost that will always be in the staff reports and always actually happen.
May I add one thing, Madam Mayor?
Of course.
I would agree with you. I think that even if we need to implement some sort of system where, as you're saying, Clay, sometimes after the fact, we didn't have to use somebody, I think we need to start keeping track of that because we don't have a grasp on these true expenses, but also we're budgeting for co-sponsorships and every single year someone else comes and says, will you sponsor this event? We don't even know if they've been sponsored before in some cases. Some are new, and we can just keep adding, and these costs just keep they're nebulous.
Yeah, so I
because
think
they're spread amongst departments.
Is your mic on?
The other, yes.
Okay.
The other aspect of this that I think probably you want, because I don't think this council has reviewed the policy, but there is a policy on what is eligible for co-sponsorship and at what levels. So we can bring that back to you so that it's fresh in your mind and you can take a look at it and see if there's some adjustments you want to make. And then we can get you kind of a comprehensive report on what, now that we're near the end of a fiscal year, we can tabulate it for this past fiscal year and provide that to you. All the events, basically what the expenses were, what any reimbursements we received. So you'll have a comprehensive sense of it.
Well, and we might in turn want to help more different events and more people, but we're never going through a list and saying, do we want to continue to give the same amount of money to these people that we have for a while? So I think that's something that periodically it's worthwhile to review.
Yeah, and I don't think this particular group of council members has done that for some time, so I think it would be a good idea to review that. So I think sometime after June 21st will be an excellent opportunity to. But we'll work to try to get that to you ASAP.
Yeah,
I thought we'd do it beforehand, Clay, actually.
Yeah, the co-sponsorship's just misleading to me, what it includes. We've talked about reallocating from one department to another to be clearer, and this is misleading.
Thank you. We've reached the last slide, which is questions. And if you have any further questions that I can try my best to address.
Not for me, any of the other council members?
I don't have a question, but I do want to make a comment. If there's no question. No question? Okay. So with the age-friendly certification, yes, I took the lead on that project, but I will give most of the credit to Nicole. She did all the heavy lifting at Park and Rec, and it was a resounding success, even though we were bound by the AARP rules for doing the questionnaire that we had to go out to the community with. We weren't allowed to change one question. It was very long and tedious, and we still got 170 people.
150, yeah.
150 people to respond to a 35-minute survey that was super boring. And hence, we were age-friendly certified by the World Health Organization and the ARP, which now allows us to go out and ask for all kinds of different grants for senior programs to improve the seniors in our community. So I just want to thank you for all your hard work.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Nice.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
Okay,
135.
okay, back in time again.
Finance.
So are there any members of the public who'd like to speak on this?
No, Madam Mayor, I see no hands raised.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay. Finance Department,
Hi. We're on page 135.
yes.
And I'll just wait for my slides. Okay, so moving to our background, we currently have 7 full-time, but we are seeking part of the budget, one more staff person, which we will talk about later on. And just to point out that we do have one staff that is costed with the utilities department, which is our utility specialist. But all her other costs, like office expenses and those types of things, fall under us as she does work in our area. So all transactions that come through the city for whatever reason, permits, building, park and rec, PD, all of those fees come in through the city, through the finance department, in order to record those revenues. All of the purchasing that's done is paid out of our accounting department with the assistance of the various departments. And so basically, we're monitoring what's coming in and what's going out. So for the past year, some of the areas that we've been able to have some contribution and exciting change. One is the business license partner transition. We heard the feedback from the business community, and so we were able to make the switch earlier this year with HDL. So we look forward to hopefully getting some additional feedback, seeking it out. What we've heard so far has been positive, but we will hopefully work with other avenue methods to determine their thoughts on this transition. It allows the business license partner is located in California, so it allows the community that are seeking information from the partner to feel comfortable that they're dealing with their time zone and that they're dedicated to rules and regulations and laws that are specific to California. The next area that we've been working on very diligently is we are supporting various software implementations that are happening throughout the city. The first one is actually our internal to labor costing, which we were able to utilize for this budget. And so we've gone through the major hurdle of correlating it to the current contracts that the MOUs had a variety of additional incentives or different incentives than before that were a little more complicated. So using this tool, it allowed us to have better or more accurate, we believe, costing of the salary and benefits. And then going forward, it'll just be a matter of updating the individual information with new hires as people leave and those types of things, or if any of the costs change. But because of the rules that are built into the system, it should be easily to maintain. The other one area of implementation support are with the various other departments that are going through their software implementation. So they all have to talk in one way or another or do some kind of handshake with the finance system. So Marina is doing an update, as well as you saw the land permitting through the Community Development Department. So we are very involved in that aspect of how the collections will come through those systems and how they will end up into the books. Okay. So this slide, we are at 2,089,000, and this is a reflection of the variety of things that we do in Finance Department. So there are general accounting rules that we have to follow when we're preparing the financial reports. We'll be working. We have some plans on how to correlate the financial sustainability initiatives throughout the various other departments that you heard with Park and Rec. So it's very similar initiatives that we have had in place, and then it's just a matter of reviving or reinitiating or repackaging how we do it with the various departments. And then we also we have regulatory and compliance areas that we have to deal with that is also built into these numbers. The other area that is part of finance is IT. So the computer system that you see on this budget is related to salaries primarily, and our own computer system cost, because the majority of the computer costs we're going to see in another department that is for the organization as a whole. So if you could go, the next slide talks about what our requests are. So the first one is the new staff. Out of the entire budget, there were no requests for additional staff except for this one position. This was actually part of the tech plan several years ago, and we're finally at a point where we feel we should move forward with recruitment. This also would contribute to succession planning. And then the other areas, the artificial intelligence support, we're very excited to look into areas where we can use artificial intelligence to help with some of there's a lot of very detailed routine work that has to get done, and as we're expanding with other departments using software systems that are not fully integrated, there's a opportunity to have artificial intelligence help us with some of those reconciliation kind of repetitive, time-consuming tasks, so that we could take the step back and instead of spending time doing those tasks, we would be able to analyze the data that comes through and do better have better opportunities to look at what is happening in the city and keeping up with some of the other financial initiatives that we have to comply with. The next area, we have audit services that we have to comply with because we're getting money from FEMA. There are additional audits that we have to do required, and so there's going to be a cost to that. And there are also some audit services that we need to do every other year when we're analyzing the pension and the OPEB liabilities. We have to do valuation. So every other year you're going to see an increase for audit services because those are required. The labor costing software and there's another piece to it, which is the forecasting, which we're building. You saw that we started that 10-year forecast, so it's something that's a little more robust. That is, allows us to do rolling forecasts. So the software cost has increased by $10,000. The next area that has increased is our tax reporting service, and this is for the 1099s and the W-2s that we have to issue. Since we don't do it in-house, we actually use a service for that. There's a complexity to all of that generation and distribution, so we do use a service for that. And then, as we have been talking about, is the master fee study that will be into next year's costing. And then finally, the financial software that we have has increased by $5,000. So those are the requests that we have. And I'll take any questions.
I have one. The IT administrator, is that the position that was recommended by the IT consultant that did the overall system-wide review and had recommended an IT person? Is that the person being
That-
hired?
Yes, and there was a discussion of what level, as far as if it's going to be a manager, director
Right.
level. So for planning and to ease into what our current needs and what we anticipate, we felt this level would be sufficient and a good way to implement and plan for future needs for technology.
So this could be someone hired that ultimately may gain greater responsibilities.
Correct.
And grow with the
Exactly.
organization. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
And the professional services, is that included in the extra auditing?
Yes, yes, those costs are in there, or under professional services.
Okay, and then on the original, by department, by the percentages, a couple slides back,
Oh,
have that one. On bank reconciliations, that's just reconciling our bank account?
That's what I was wondering.
part of is a salary, is a component of that. There's also costs for some of the system that, the accounting system that's dedicated to bank reconciliations, that's part of that cost. There's resources. That's how we're allocating what we feel that program costs. So it's salaries, reviews, bank
Okay.
charges.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any questions?
No?
Great. Are there any members of the public who'd like to speak on this item?
No, Madam Mayor.
Okay, great. Thank you so
Thank you.
much.
So page 138 to 140.
Thanks, Abby.
Yep. Ready? Good evening, Honorable Mayor O'Connell and members of the council. Before you is an overview of the Human Resources Department budget. For this upcoming fiscal year, the overall budget is $942,673. The HR team is comprised of 3 full-time employees and 1 part-time employee. Next slide, please. So I wanted to highlight some accomplishments this year. The first one, we were all part of this, completed a successful city manager recruitment with the help of the mayor, council members, and our executive recruitment firm, Terry Black and Company. The department also completed 27 recruitments this year, 9 being full-time and 18 being part-time employees. The department addressed 5 new laws effective this year. We established new policies and procedures to address new California paid sick leave law, workplace violence prevention plan, employment discrimination to prior cannabis use, and laws relating to temporary employees and reproductive loss. Lastly, in collaboration with other EPIC coordinators, we delivered informative and engaging diversity, equity, and inclusion-focused trainings to managers, supervisors, and general staff members. Next slide. This slide provides an overview of the department's functions, personnel and non-personnel program allocations. Allocations have been the same in the last 3 years, and my top 3 programs are workforce development, which assists employees in becoming more effective in their current positions and provide a method for employees to develop their skills, and to also ensure employees are aware of how they can use their latest techniques available in accomplishing their functions. Next one is safety, and this is to ensure for the safety and well-being of our employees, to protect and minimize the risk of injury and illness to our employees. Lastly is employee and labor relations. This program is focused on developing policies and procedures and to create create working conditions for the city's workforce consistent with state and federal laws. Last slide, please. So total of my budget requests is $6,000 to address, as aforementioned by Carolina, membership fee or system fee increases, and also labor and employee relations support to help address upcoming new laws as well as additional staff report. That concludes my budget presentation, and with that, I'm happy to take any questions you all may have.
Any questions?
I do not.
Nope.
Nope. Thank you.
Thank you.
But I will open it up. You don't need to stay for this. I'll open it up for any public comments.
There are none, Madam Mayor.
No public comments. Okay. City manager and city council.
127 or 120.
Yeah, we'll start on city manager at page 127, and then we'll jump back to city council.
Uh-oh. Jesus. City manager. Okay.
Okay, good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. Pleased to be with you tonight to present these two budgets. Starting with city managers, it covers, there are 6 full-time employees that are in this budget. It also has the economic development director, so you can almost say it's more like 7. So the different areas are city administration, communications, economic development, and risk management. We do have a vacancy in the city manager's office, which is the assistant city manager that is kept in this budget. Next slide is the department highlights. So the annual yard waste cleanup is covered in this budget, and it resulted in over 20 tons of material collected over the weekend of November 4th through 5th. That's a picture of South San Francisco Scavengers trucks replacing one of the dumpsters on a Saturday. You might recall last year I was before you with the Got Wheels pilot program request, and I'm happy to say that we are able to do a soft landing of that pilot, and that 32 Brisbane residents today, 70 and older, have a Got Wheels membership card. And another highlight that Abby mentioned was that our full-time staff, the majority of the full-time staff have received the diversity, equity, and inclusion training from a DEI trainer and the Director of Policy Training and Compliance for the San Mateo County Community College District, Monaisha Sims. So those were completed over the course of 3 sessions, starting last September and ending with 2 in March. Another highlight we wanted to point out was that our innovation group, this is a staff group made up of different departments. Our admin in the Marina Harbor Master's office, actually, Molly Brown, had an idea that she realized that it's kind of hard when you first come to the docks. There's 2 fingers, and sometimes if there's an emergency, there might be a confusion as to do you go right or left, or I guess in the case of slip 4, you just have 1 finger. But she brought to the innovation team the idea for wayfinding signs, something so simple but can make a really big difference, especially in the case of an emergency or life-saving assistance needed on the docks. And the next slide has our breakdown of our various programs. As you can see that administration is probably the highest, and followed by city manager support. And we have our communications covered here, economic development, as I mentioned. And we have on the next slide the new items and transfers. So there is a transfer of 3,600 from the central services budget to cover existing cell phones, tablet plans. A net increase in professional services by 7.5 thousand for economic development and consulting services. And an increase in travel and training. The budget right now is 4,000. We're asking for an increase in 7,000 for a total of 11 amongst various 7 members of the staff. 2K we thought would be budgeted for the new city manager, and the rest, 9,000, split amongst the other 6 staff. And these would be trainings that, of course, we would take advantage of virtually if possible, but prioritize those that are within the state, such as California Specialized Training Institute for more emergency communication, and League of California Cities Alliance for Innovation, which we are currently a member of. And that concludes the city manager's presentation, if you have any questions.
So is this the presentation that had the numbers wrong?
Yes. So I think there was left on the dais the correction for the summary page.
So are your slides right, or is my paperwork wrong?
The slides are right. The paperwork had, I think,
They put a corrected version.
a couple cells had number or letters in them. They should be numbers.
Okay, but this isn't correct for what was on her slide.
Yeah, it says $10,000 contract
Yeah, it
increase.
doesn't have the
and you
right
said
amounts.
7.
Right. So the net increase is professional services. It's at the 7.5, 10,000 for the economic development consulting, and 2.5 for the new city manager's review and evaluation services.
Yeah, it's broken down differently.
Oh, okay.
Well,
I
it
know
was
what
just the
this-
net for
I know what the city
professional.
manager evaluation services are. Okay. And
It shows here, so in our, just so you know, in our thing, it shows 10,000 economic development contract, and then it says 2,500 city manager evaluation services. So that's looking like 12,500,
yes.
if you want to see.
It says 10,000 for the contract for economic development and 2.5 for city manager evaluation.
Yeah.
That's 12.5. And you have
Oh.
7.5 on your slide.
Oh, yeah, my apologies.
So it's really 12.5. So it's 5,000 error.
Yeah, although there might be a difference in the economic development director's contract increase, or is that correct?
The 12.5 is the increase, and then your,
I'm sorry.
the 12.5 is the increase as shown in the packet.
Yeah.
Okay, and then you're looking for what makes up the rest of the professional services, or?
Net increase in professional services, 7.5 here on her slide.
Yeah, so Karen.
And that's also what it says on page 128. So maybe
Oh, right,
something
so
else has
7.5
gone down?
professional services, that makes up the contract increase of 10,000, and I believe this is also Epic's cost that has. Yeah, I think there was an error on the slide, so maybe it's supposed to be 12.5.
Slide is wrong. The chart you got in front of you, it adds up to 25.1. That is correct.
Okay.
So a change of 12.5. Yeah, so that, was that updated?
The request is for 12.5.
Right,
That-
so-
That is the amount of the request. And then there's another item that's already sitting there from previous year, carry forward.
Under professional services?
Correct.
So professional services encompasses economic development, and city manager review.
And then the EPIC professional development and coordination that is sitting in there that with no increase.
Okay.
And Betsy, that's our online program for
Etsy.
imprinted goods.
Correct.
And does that make its equaling its?
Yeah, it
it
actually has a
doesn't
net
run at a loss?
revenue, right, correct. We made sure it has a net revenue of 1.1 thousand. Overall, it's brought in gross 4.5, but
1.1 thousand.
I mean 1,100.
Okay.
So that is encompassing all costs that result from Printify. Printify is who actually makes the products that people
Does
buy.
that include running the program, staff to run the program?
No, those are just indirect costs that we haven't factored into the net revenue. This is just the net revenue for items sold.
Okay.
Any other questions for the city manager's budget?
Any other questions?
Nope.
Public.
Okay.
Okay.
Well,
Do you
but-
have any members of the public who'd like to speak on this item?
No, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Thank you.
And then we'll flip back to page 124 for the city council's budget.
Oh,
Ouch.
124.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, so included in this budget is yourselves in one part-time position that is the history project assistant that has been vacant. The next slide has our department highlights, and as spoken of already, just hiring the new city manager was the big highlight from this past year. On the next slide. As well as the Brisbane History Project moving forward. That's the room that we have in the library becoming more of an exhibit space where research on Brisbane's unique history will also be possible. And that's the breakdown of the various 4 programs within the City Council's budget. If you're wondering about citizen engagement, that's where the Brisbane History Project is. The next slide has the City Council new items, transfers, and decreases. Again, the transfer in from central services for tablet and phone plans, an increase in professional services by $2,500 for priority and goal setting purposes, and a decrease in special department expense by 17.4. This is mostly due to the next anniversary celebration not being planned until potentially 2026 for the city's 65th anniversary. And as Carolina mentioned, we were asked to really look at items within these budgets that had been maybe carried over that we can remove when we know that they won't be needed for the coming fiscal year. And if it's the council's pleasure, we can request that for the next year's budget for the 2026 potential anniversary celebration. I think
Any
that was the
questions?
slide.
Do not.
Our part-time, we have 5 council members and 1 part-time.
Right, that was the history project assistant that is vacant currently.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
sure.
Although I'm still not sure why that is a city council
Attribution.
expense.
Yeah,
But
We could move it into the city manager's office if you feel more comfortable with that. It could go either place.
6 of one, half dozen of the other.
Yeah, in the end of the day, it's a general fund expenditure, so.
Okay. So no questions?
no.
Thank you.
Sure.
Do we have any members of the public who'd like to speak on this topic?
No, Madam Mayor, there are none.
Okay, thank you. Are all our 7 people staff? Okay, I can't see who's online. I just see a number. So I just was wondering if, I guess I still have to ask it no matter what. Okay, so then we are going to the city clerk, and that is page number
130. 131.
130, 131.
133, 135. They keep getting further and further
You going the right direction?
out of order. No, oh well, doesn't matter.
Okay.
Honorable Mayor and Council, I will now present the City Clerk's fiscal year 25 budget presentation. As you know, the City Clerk position is about bridging worlds, bridging the public to be working directly with our city leaders and our city departments, but apparently I'm also a bridge to the puppet world here.
Oh my gosh,
But this is,
jealous. I
this
want to be
is-
a bridge to the puppet world.
This is my favorite coworker, Officer Puppet.
He needs to come to our council meetings. Where's he's been?
Besides Clay. Okay. Besides my supervisor. So in terms of my department, we have about 1 full-time and 1 part-time staff member, and also part of the salary for Angel's position in the city manager's office. Our mission in the city clerk's office is to help engage community and local government and promote openness in government by processing and recording city council actions, coordinating municipal government elections, and managing all official records. So that means council support, agenda, public meeting administration, records management. Some of the highlights from the department is that we hired our part-time office assistant. She works about 18 hours, Carol Shivo, and she's been such a great asset to our department. She has single-handedly kind of re-energized the records management work, and she's been also an asset not only to my department, but also through the, I think, if I could say, throughout the organization. Council support in my department also includes my work with the Inclusion, Diversity, Equity, and Accountability Committee, and my work with the San Mateo County Equity and Government convenings, and also the work around charter city and election issues. So that has been really a great learning opportunity for me. Next is we are also excited to begin the project of implementing an electronic records management system so we can keep all the records in one secure, centralized digital repository. We could classify all our documents by type and retention, and we would be working closely with our records management consultant to implement this project. This is also kind of like a great project to complement a lot of the new contact forms and records request contact forms that we were able to also initiate last year. The city clerk budget is mostly dedicated to city council and commission support, followed by records management. The new item for the next year, or for the next fiscal year, would be the elections. It's an election year. November 5th, 2024 is the presidential election, and we were requesting an additional $15,000 to anticipate costs for the city council race, possible ballot measures, and other legal postings necessary for the election season. That's all for me.
She turned off her screen like she's going home.
I'm out of here.
Any questions for City Clerk's report?
Not.
No.
Okay, any members of the public who'd like to speak on this item?
No hands raised, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Central services and debt.
187.
This is going to be a joint effort. So I'm going to invite Caroline up. The background of central services includes IT costs and other organizational-wide costs, including distribution of some communication information. So for this coming year, we're expecting to spend $1.4 million. The next slide will have the highlights.
So a lot of the central services budget are things that we can't see, like Carolina said, computers, networks, servers, postage, water, sewer, gas, electric charges. There are some tangible things that we just wanted to highlight. The first being the decreased production costs for the STAR. Thank you for Councilmember Davis's recommendation to contact maybe another print shop. And so we did and brought those costs down by 18,000. That together with the layout of the STAR getting brought in-house, thanks to our communication coordinator, Matthew, laying out the STAR every month, 18,000 in savings for that publication. Open Archive is something that allows non-social media users the ability to search across all of our social media platforms via our website. If you go to search something on our website, you have like filters on the side, and there's a new button there called Search Archive Social. So you don't have to have accounts to Instagram, Twitter, Facebook. You can just put in your search term in there and it'll pull up the relevant posts. So that's available. We're going to start getting the word out about that more soon. And this widescreen projector, those that are watching the meetings at home right now or participating on Zoom probably have a little better viewing of 16 by 9 slides and no longer boxed square slides. So better viewing for the public and also for you at the dais as well, hopefully.
Can I ask a question before we go on? That search thing is really important. Can we get the YAC maybe teaching the seniors about that as well, please?
That's a great idea.
Before I forgot the thought.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thanks.
I apologize, I didn't say the page number to start, 186. Thank you. So up top or on this slide is the breakdown, and as we mentioned, the IT costs. So we use Insight as our partner to run our networks, and we actually have one person from Insight help with tech at this time. We increased his time during COVID, and so it's really worked well to partner with the many needs we have in technology, especially as with rolling out equipment, as well as having to be participating in the various software implementations. Another area that's the stewardship of built environment. That includes rent for the city annex. There's going to be an increase, so we'll see that. So these are the various areas that are covered that, again, impact the entire organization. Next. So what are we asking for? A lot of these increases that you're going to find differences are just increase in cost as we really dug down to look at what the actual costs were. But for new items, like the city telephone lines is more of a just how much it's really costing. Janitorial services, we're anticipating the increase of costs to move across the street. Memberships are going up as far as rates, and these are memberships that are for the city. So usually the departments will cover memberships for their staff, but this is memberships that are that the city has to pay. Okay. Credit card processing fees. So since COVID, we've been encouraging folks to do more online payments and things of that nature. They've enjoyed it. Then they've continued with that payment methods, but unfortunately, there's a cost to it. So we didn't increase those costs in recent budgets, but we're kind of catching up, and that's what that 26,000 is. The Archive Social, which Caroline talked about, Citizen Lab, she talked about. Insight Server, these are just the increase in cost for the Insight support. Laserfish is the program that Ingrid is implementing or would like to implement across the organization. Pretty robust. It's a well-known company that has moved into the current technology, so it's pretty exciting to see what they can do and how they can help our city become more efficient in our record documentation and record keeping, as well as in some of the workflows that we do across the city. The increase in the annual rent for the 25 Park Place is included in our request. And then in utilities, that not only is that the increase that we've seen for actual, but that also encompasses moving across the street and what those costs will entail. And then finally, there is an increase in the cost for a server. Because you saw that there was such a change, we also wanted to make sure that you saw that there were some memberships that we removed from the budget. So in your packet, we also had included some items that we removed because trying to be prudent, if we're increasing costs, we wanted to make sure that we're also scrubbing anything that we don't need anymore or haven't been using for several years. So we've removed some memberships. There were some one-time fees, such as the IT project review. That was a one-time cost in previous year. Caroline talked about reduction in production costs for the STAR. There were some renegotiated contracts and repurposed or reanalyzed how we use our equipment and reassess those needs, and we're able to reduce our cost by 10,000. The one-time cost for the widescreen and then some workstation and contingency equipment, we were able to reduce that budget. I'll take any questions.
So does that mean that's a $10,000 widescreen? Okay.
It was budgeted last year for that, but we actually were able to buy and install it for less than half of that.
Good. Any questions for this department?
No, credit card processing. Have the fees gone up as well?
Yes, so the way the banks charge fees it varies, and in the past it was pretty standard, like you could see a 2%, but with the variety of cards that you have now, like with a lot of these rebate cards or point cards, those rates are usually higher, which obviously some people take advantage of that to pay utilities and well, utilities aren't in here, but other planning fees or just any fees in general that they're paying electronically. They're taking advantage of those opportunities, but unfortunately that means a higher cost for us. So one of the things that we are actually looking at for our master fee schedule is how we can correlate some of, or how can we recapture some of those costs and find ways to do that.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Yeah, the DMV charges you if you want to use a credit card.
Right.
I was there
Or,
today.
You know,
$5 fee.
but then they say that you're not supposed to do that. Like, you're not supposed to pass on the credit card processing fees, but government entities seem
When
to
you
want to
go
pass
the
those
gas
on all the
station,
time.
right? They add the extra amount. When you
Yeah.
use your card.
Or paying ticket, if you get a ticket, paying a ticket or whatever, so
Yeah,
that might be something you could,
My licenses to the state are all got credit card fees on them now too.
yeah. Types of stuff.
So I do have a question too. Yeah, I'm glad that you're going to be looking at potentially maybe charging a fee for, say, like higher cost items when people use credit cards. Some companies will have like a certain amount, like maybe anything under $1,000, they just absorb the cost. But anything above, because when you look at that percentage, it's a decent chunk
Yeah.
that comes out of the total amount that you would receive.
I mean, currently we do charge 2%, but like I said, it's not all cards are at
It's-
2%
Oh,
anymore.
Whoa,
Some,
so
some
that's
are below.
26,000 and you're still recovering some credit, so that's above and beyond.
Plus there are
Right.
transactional fees when you use a credit card. So it's not just that percentage cost, it's also the
The
transactional
30
cost.
cents,
Yeah.
additional 30 cents, whatever.
So, I apologize if you mentioned this already. It's getting late, so.
Yeah.
So, have we budgeted the moving costs for taking stuff from this site and moving it across the street?
So when we issued the bond, the bond will be covering not only the improvements, but some of the furnishings and long-term costs can be covered by the bond. And then any other costs that are associated with the transition, some will be happening this year,
Okay.
24
Yeah.
fiscal year. And then if anything else falls into 25, then we'd have to see how to cover it.
Got it.
But the costs that for sure that we have are then now your ongoing costs, maintenance, janitorial, utilities.
Okay, no, that makes sense. Okay, so those types of costs were already built into the overall cost of the bond. And then we
Correct.
just pay that rate back to the bond.
Right, we
owners.
just get reimbursed by the bond, by the bond funds.
Got it. Okay, thanks.
Are we ever moving in the building?
You have a date?
The contractor's on schedule to be done by the end of June.
Wow.
Okay.
Yeah, it's actually a month ahead of time, so.
It's been 2 years.
No, that was a 12-month construction contract. We issued,
Yeah, it's
No,
been
but
fast.
since we've started renting it.
that I wouldn't know.
Do we need to vote to extend this meeting because it's already past 10:30?
Okay. Do we have any other questions on central services? Do we have any members of the public who'd like to speak on this item?
No, Madam Mayor.
Okay.
Debt?
So for debt, there's no separate page because it was just on the cover sheet.
Okay.
So, but there is a slide. Which is showing the difference basically of, this is a slide that we like to show just visually to see how far out we have. And these are just governmental bonds, so these do not include Marina nor the utility bonds. But we do have some smaller items coming off soon, and then the lease revenue bonds from 2017 were a refi for City Hall. And then the rest are pretty self-evident there. So as we saw on that other slide, when we were doing the forecast, the 10-year forecast, as the bonds were dropping off, then you were seeing for that slide where revenue and expenses now were getting closer.
Yeah.
That gap was, yeah. But that doesn't cover in the sense of our hope is not to have to use debt. But that wouldn't cover if we're replacing one with another. So.
Yes, as we've done.
Yeah.
There's other two
Correct.
in there.
And typically when we do refi, we don't extend the term, we just pay the rest of it at a lower rate.
Any
Oh,
questions?
the next page, sorry, is just showing the difference of the payments for this coming year.
Okay. And are there any questions on this? Are there any members of the public?
No, Madam Mayor.
Okay.
So that concludes, correct?
I still think they're ghosts online.
There's 7 of them.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So is wrap up an item or it's,
I think wrap-up is to try to get a little direction from us on what staff needs to do before they bring the budget back. And for me, you know, I'm still pretty concerned about the $2.7 million deficit on our income versus revenues, or revenues versus expenditures. And I'm not quite sure how to address that because most of the requests from staff for their budgets seemed pretty reasonable.
Yes, it did.
It sounds like we may have 700,000 in income that we're not looking at yet because it's not for sure. There's the 500,000 that we could not put into our pension funds at this moment so that we don't feel we're going as far over budget, you know, or over our limits. But really, it's up to us to make recommendations to staff on what they can do to make us happy. I'm assuming that staff will tell us that we do have the reserves if we approve the budget as is, while still maintaining our emergency reserves and without jeopardizing reducing our bond rating.
That is correct.
But again, it's up to us to make the decision on how we want to look at things. You know, I'd like to see some additional cost savings. And I know that, you know, quite a bit of the budget comes in through Park and Rec. And we keep making more robust programs, which cost us, you know, 75% because they aren't cost recovery. So the more programs you have, the more money you're spending and not recovering. You know, so for me, you know, in theory, part of the easier non-essential items have to come in from that direction. But again, this is a group decision, and certainly cutting Park and Rec is not the end all, but I think we need to look at some things and figure out how we might want to do that. And we need to give some direction to staff on what our desires are. I really am hesitant of going 2.7 over our revenues.
I personally think that we could do what we did last year where staff brought things that maybe weren't super critical that we could take another look at in 6 months. Like assistant city manager position or, you know,
You might want to, if you want to just give us a goal of $500,000, I mean, that's what we did last time.
Yeah.
And then when you got around to your mid-year, budget review, some of the items that we had identified, we had gone ahead with, but there were other savings that we identified, which we'll do again. Keep in mind, and you know, we always say this, but it's like salaries, for example, we budget that everybody's going to be here all year long, and we know that's not going to be the case. You heard tonight, you got an opening in the police department, so that position is budgeted for the full year.
Right.
Clearly will not be filled for the full year.
But you got to keep in mind with that, we're paying overtime to backfill that position.
You may or may not, depending on what the staffing levels on any particular shift are. Certainly, when you get down 2 or 3 officers, or you get down a couple different firefighters, you're still definitely getting into overtime. It all depends. I mean, there are other things that drive overtime in both of those services, such as vacations and people being out on workers' comp and things like that. So that will happen. But we can identify, you know, $500,000, I think, between now and next Thursday. It'd be positions, it might be things that we can put on hold in terms of contracts moving forward. So we can do that. You do have also a $500,000 item that you're going to be considering in terms of the MPDS fees. So that's, you know, the combination of those two are $1 million. And, you know, that, you know, doesn't close the gap completely, but moves you in that direction.
Plus, we're going to look at master fee schedule. We're also going to look at impact fees. So, you know, there's revenues from there.
Well,
for me,
and your business license.
For me personally, you know, we were in the same position last year. I think even, what did we have? What, off the top of your head, do you remember what we budgeted a loss last year? Do you remember what it was?
1.9, I think, last year.
So, you know, we budgeted a loss last year. We are 800,000 in the green now, hopefully. Knock on wood. And so, you know, I think that our staff is really great about being conservative and estimating what our revenues are going to be. And they, I think, estimate our expenses a little bit higher to give that cushion. And we always pull it out in the end. So for me, I don't see this budget with what we have coming down the pipeline and what staff can prepare for things to put on hold and conversations that we're going to have. And I don't look at this number, and it doesn't really concern me. And I know that, you know, we may say, oh, 2.7, how could that not concern you in the red? And that's just because, I mean, I think I've seen so many budgets at this point, and I know historically what we always do. We always work it out. And so for me, other than, I don't feel like I need to see that many adjustments, but I think that what the other council members have asked for in terms of structuring, you know, wanting to see more information about co-sponsorships or certain things like that, allocations of staff time here and there, the previous comments that were made, if you can accommodate that, I think that would be great. But this doesn't alarm me to an incredible degree, I wouldn't say. So
Yeah, you know, I feel the same way. Just because you know, we look back in our past budgets, and you know, we expect our finance directors to be very conservative, right? We want them to be conservative, and that's what they do. But we also know that, you know, 9 times out of the last 10 years, revenues have outcompeted expenses, right? 1.9 million projected deficit last year, 3.6 the year before. Both those years resulted in, you know, being in the black. I agree about getting the additional information. I think that's really helpful for the council, especially some members who have, you know, really want to know those details. I think that's good. You know, like looking at the, you know, like trying to address costs in a really prudent way. I think our department heads do that year in and year out. That's why our budgets look the way that they do. It's because we've built a track record. You know, our staff has built a track record of spending money wisely. And I think we as a council, you know, build that trust with them. We understand that in many ways it's kind of a dance, right? But it's a dance, though, that is built on pretty solid ground. You know, when you look at the feedback that we receive from third parties, right, outside of Brisbane, they always look at us and say, yeah, you know, this is a city that's doing their finances correctly. So, you know, I'm good with what has been presented. And I guess in the mid-year, we're going to get an update like we usually do. And, you know, we'll see where we are. But I think that's just, that's good business smarts for us as well.
Karen?
I would like to see every department take a look at their budget again and see what is not super important right now. And I would also like, when we do this master fee schedule, we need to increase the fees on some of the things that we give away. And we give away a lot. You know, our childcare costs to the people who go there is about $1 an hour. It's really, really low. And, you know, politically, I'm not going to say triple it or quadruple it, but we need a reality check on the generosity that goes out to everybody in the community. When we have, per capita, we're right in the middle of San Mateo County. So we're offering the lowest of the low fees to everybody. And I think some people should be paying more if they can. So we need to look at that. But I think we also need to be a little more prudent and not paint these glossy pictures that it's all going to be okay, because we don't know that. You know, it's well and good to say it, but we don't know that. That's just a statement to make people feel good. So I think every division needs to look at what's not urgent now and chop a little bit off.
You know, I do want to comment about that. You know, to make a statement, like you said, I don't know if maybe you were referring to what I just said, but I don't say it to.
I wasn't talking about you.
Oh, okay, cool.
Thanks.
Just
We can let that go.
All right.
You
But
can
I
let
agree
that
with
go.
you about the you know, doing those master fees.
Yeah.
You know.
So,
We're very generous.
One thing I wanted to mention is if we do a business license that needs to go to the voters, that can't be done till 26. Master fee schedule's not coming back till the fall, and most of our costs are a lot of them are summer programs. So we're not going to have a big influx of matching fees from a master fee schedule right away. It's going to take time for that to even, and right at this point, we're barely keeping up with the cost of inflation with our master fee schedule. You know, we've been giving 6% raises, or we're going into 6% raises, and we've been doing 2% increases. So, you know, you can't sustain that kind of always needing more to give people when you're not getting more back. I mean, that's just not sustainable. But again, you know, this isn't about me, and we haven't heard from Colleen yet.
I would say the pessimistic side of me says we need to live within our means, because we had a winter storm we didn't expect that ended up with $2.5 million. And we're not going to have a winter storm in the middle of the summer, but we could have anything that happens that we didn't expect. The optimistic side of me says we can find ways to do better. And by that, I mean, I think the fee study is long overdue. If people aren't paying their way in recreation items or childcare, we can't afford to keep subsidizing. It's just a fact. So we can look at those ways to increase the revenues. In the meantime, I get really concerned if we're asking departments to cut back on budgets in certain areas. I think certain programs, Parks and Rec, you could maybe delay some of those programs. They can always be added later. I get concerned about Public Works with some maintenance and things that have been pushed back, and they're gonna come to a head. They really need to be dealt with. But I think that we can't just assume everything's gonna work out. That's not the way I look at things. So I would like to see like $500,000 brought back, some cutbacks, some serious thinking about what is critical. We can always add it later. We've got studies coming in for revenues, but even the, again, some things have to go to the voters. We can't do that right away. So, yes, I agree.
So is the consensus then to just have staff bring back that $500,000 list that we'll then maybe reconsider at 6 months and see where we're at? Or is there more
That sounds good
that's
to
being
me.
asked from this council at this time?
You know, as long as that 500,000 isn't in anticipated income, that it's in cuts, not in that. And the one thing that I did want to say is that with this budget, last year when we asked them to come back with cuts to the budget that we'd review mid-year, I think there was a little bit more projects that they were asking for to do. There was some stairway repair, there was, you know, a variety of things that were pretty sizable chunks that were pretty easy to say, oh, we can put that off. I didn't see that in this budget.
Right.
I think this budget is a much tighter budget than we saw last year.
Yes.
You know, and so I think that while there might be some things that they could defer or defray for a little while, you know, I didn't see that much of it here. Most of it was the, you know, the utility costs and the fuel costs and the salary increases that really were being asked for instead of other things.
Yeah, they're
And
like fixed costs that you just have to pay.
you know, some stuff is what it is. But, you know, if the rest of the council's happy with the 500,000, you know, making it a 2.2, pulling into reserves, you know, obviously looking at the curve that they had for the 10-year projection, we're never going to make our costs again in that 10-year projection. We're always 2 million shy.
So I think
And that's not going to be able to be, that can't continue.
Yeah, but that was a 10-year, you know.
Yeah, but those lines never
Carolina even
intersected.
said, hey, I hate to show this to you, but I'm gonna.
A couple years ago, when we had a, I want to say it was a 5-year, but it might have been a 10-year projection, those lines crossed.
So I think the thing to think here as a council is, like, are you gonna cut your way out of it? Or are you gonna make more, are we gonna figure out how to make more money? And
We need to figure out how to make more money.
right,
Yes,
but,
for sure.
But that's really important because we have a lot of things that are gonna be coming forward that are gonna ask us to review items that could make us more money. And so it's important to understand that, especially with inflation and rising staff costs over those 10 years and our liabilities and all those things, we're not going to be able to we're not going to be able to cut our way out of it. We're not going to be able to just chop off all of Park and Rec and make those numbers work. So it's about us as a council collectively figuring out how we can implement things that are going to generate us money as a city, that are going to have a big impact, that, you know, are not necessarily going to maybe take away from the quality of life here in Brisbane, but are also, but is going to add to our budget. And there are several things, you know, staff has already identified that we will look at, but it's really important to keep our budget in mind and also what these long-term projections look like. Although they are long-term and we don't know exactly what's going to happen in the future, we really need to get serious about ways that we're going to
Yeah, but we've done that.
earn money.
Right, you know, when you look at, like, you know, we can't predict what's gonna happen in the next 10 years, but we can look back at the last 10, and we have outperformed significantly. But we've also have implemented ways to increase revenues, right? We had the 2 ballot measures a couple years ago, and that helped, you know, quite a bit, right?
So are you asking the taxpayers to put back on the ballot for higher taxes again? Is that what you want to do?
So, no, that is not. What I'm saying, Karen.
No, that was
is
Kinder Morgan.
Right?
We're talking about Kinder Morgan. I
Right.
think, like,
just there's a variety of
the
things,
taxpayers don't pay
right?
it.
So, exactly, right? So it's you know, it's part of the process, you know, that we're prudent in how we spend the public's money, but we also know that there's potential opportunities out there for us to increased revenues, and we're not shy about, looking at those things, right? I mean, that's just how you do it. So, I feel pretty confident as we move forward, and we have future development that is, it's gonna happen because development does occur, right? We're not gonna.
Yeah,
we're
but
not gonna be a
these
city-
are 30-year projects. We need the money now. And we can go promising everything to the people that we're gonna build these things and they're gonna bring in a lot of taxes, but that's gonna be 20 and 30
No,
years down the
so
track.
Again, what Carolina is providing are projections, right? Last year, the projections were 1.9. We're $813,000 over. That's a fact, right? You cannot deny that. 2 years ago, we were $3.6 million in, that we thought we'd have deficit spending. We wound up being $413 in the black. Like those are facts, right? So here we are at 2.6. If Clay feels and
2.7.
Carolina feels that they can, come back in, at the next meeting and it's $500,000 less, and if that is, makes the council feel more comfortable about going into that one fund if needed, that doesn't mean it's going to happen, but we're giving direction that, yeah, you could pull those funds throughout the year in order to cover whatever, spending that you need to do. But again, the track record shows that the revenues will support moving forward, and chances are we'll probably break even or be a little bit ahead. That's just the way it's been.
There's a lot of things being discussed here that are not all the same. One is this budget, one is down the road, one is what happened years ago, and if that trend's going to continue. And we're in a very volatile world situation. I don't take anything that happened in the past as guaranteed to happen in the future.
No.
But there's a basic concept that comes to mind from something that Madison said. If we're looking at going down the road and we need to increase revenues, that's a project. But in the meantime, if you don't have the money, you need to determine what you really have to have and what you want. And those are two different things. When we talk about software, that has to be done. And we talk about certain upgrades to the police and some capital improvement projects, those have to be done. And I think in order to have a viable budget, we need to look again, all the departments, at what has to be done and what we want as separate things. And I'm not chastising department heads. I think you do a great job. And in putting together a budget, why wouldn't you put things we want and things we need? That's your job. It's our job to say, okay, here's what we can do and what we can't do. We work together on this. And that's the way it is. It's two different perspectives, but you're doing your job, but we also have to do our perspective of, can we afford it? So I would like to see the departments go back and take a real fine look at what is necessary versus what we want. Because until we can increase the revenues, I don't think we should keep increasing the expenses and just hope, well, later down in the rest of the year, we're going to come up with a way to increase the revenues. It may not happen that fast.
Well, it sounds like we're all in agreement. I mean, it's after 11 o'clock.
Yep.
We haven't voted to extend the meeting. Staff is going to do that. We're not going to get to a balanced budget. We're not going to cut, $2.7 million out of this budget of wants versus needs. I think 500,000 sounds reasonable. Hopefully we can get somewhere close to that. That sounds like what all the rest of the council has agreed to. And we can, really fight it out next week when we're really supposed to. That's my suggestion.
Well, we're right at this point, we're just trying to give direction to staff on what they need to come back with. And, and if that is where you guys want to be, then, I will say that, yeah, I'll, be happy to take that from staff and see where they can come back with some minor adjustments and see where we can come to a little bit of a better median.
Motion to adjourn?
Second.
Oh, wait, do we need public comment? Sorry.
No, this was just discussion.
Okay.
This was wrap up.
Okay, wrap up.
Motion, second.
And now there's only 5 ghosts
Yeah.
on TV.
Okay.
They've
So
fallen asleep.
they've tuned out.
We calling a vote to
John's
adjourn?
fallen asleep,
So,
too.
do we have to-
yes, all those in favor to
Aye.
adjourn?
Aye.
Aye. And we'll adjourn at 11:13, or is that 18?
13.